Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville and welcome back to another one of our Flat Thursday challenges where we have one stream, but we gotta do 4 spacescapes. So we took on one of our paintings, chopped that up into these 4 bits right here, 4 separate ones. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do what we did last week. Right Armored Wolf is take those 4, maybe more fingers of creation there. We're gonna take those 4 and we're going to turn them into something like these 4 right here. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I just don't know quite where to go on the whole computer thing. I mean, obviously, I'm not sure if laptops or tower units are even like the cheapest way to go anymore. I mean, it used to be kind of like, okay, tower units were the cheapest of all. Then the laptops were more expensive, but now it just kind of, I'm not sure. I don't even know. What I do know here is we're going to start off tossing down, I think, maybe some of our darker stuff in here. Let's, how's about we maybe do that first? Yeah, I might just grab me a Filbert style brush to do that here. Let me try you over here. So yeah, I know that, well, we've been talking about this for a little while, haven't we? Payne's gray. We got phthalo green, so we've got Payne's green. I don't know. But that should be a very dark bluish green color there. And we're just going to start to rock and roll here. See what we got. Now, of course, these surfaces, unlike those first ones we did, they are really, what would you say? These are much grainier because we don't have all the ghost tints going on. And one of the ghost tints here, so that kind of changes things around. Now there's no thinner on the brush right now. No thinner at this point. Might chuck a little on over here. Let's see what happens over on this side with things. If we have, ooh, that's that was more than okay. Now it kind of dissipates pretty quickly there. Let's maybe do some of that up here. Something like this here, maybe. Down over here. Scrub this here in. Not gonna mess around. Well, fine. Let's do this. Get it up in the we can already again able to just nice and easy there to soften those edges, even with the grainier. Now let's get it on this side now. There we go. You can hear the scrub. The latest Patreon video is up. That was kind of weird too, Armored Wolf, doing the whole screen capture thing. I don't know if you've ever really done that before. That was weird. I guess I did it right. I don't know how I made it do it. I couldn't tell you. I literally couldn't tell you. They said, okay, well, how'd you do that? It said, the heck if I know. It just happened. I just got lucky. I pressed some things, and it sort of worked. That's the extent of it right there. And I mean, how many days have you been fooling around with the computer there? Now, well, technically years, really. But it's been a battle. I'm gonna, tempted. Let me try this. Let me try this here. Let me get some more of that on the end of the, there we go. The end of that brush there. Doing the scumbly things here. Scumbly. This too. A little bit thinner. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's do some more thinner again. Trying to get ourselves some wispy cloud action right there in front of this star here. Let's do that. I think we're not gonna do our little planets just yet. We'll wait on those. We got 4 of them. We got 3 more of these we can fool around with here. 4 more of these. Wispy, wispy, wispy. There you go. Very, very wispy. Actually, I remember now that I've done not just the stuff at say Gen Con, but now these kind of post Gen Con Spacescapes, I'm definitely able to kind of figure, okay, how do we really want to approach these guys here? Gosh, we'll have 24 of these. Yeah, I think we're gonna have 24 of these after this here stream. There's never been a stockpile like that before. We'll just we'll hopefully we can, shall we say, distribute some of these at Adepticon, and well then if we do enough of them, we can both have ourselves some computers that might last us a year before Windows 12 comes along and says, oh no, that Windows 11, that's no good anymore. That should happen sometime around January 2nd by next year. It's like, oh yeah, I know you got that whole Windows 11 thing, but guess what? That's not going to be good in about 3 months. Okay, let's there's a whole bunch of our darker colors sitting on this. Okay, fine. I'm just going to have to do this. We'll just get that stuff out of there. Let's just do that. Because I'm going to take, is this one of the fox bites? Yeah, it is one of the fox bites. Now we got this. We only did use this minimal on the, I think the last time we had the greenish spacescapes. It's that chromium oxide green. And we're going to pop some of you in here. I'm going to get you going. Scrumble that in. See, that's kind of an opaque coat. You know, I'm going to see what happens. More of this. See what we got. See what we have here. It's all going to just mix together. Me use you maybe as a blending brush. You can really hear that scrumbling away. Holy smokes, look at that. Some of that over here. Maybe a smidge down here. So back to more of the chromium oxide green there. Again, doing this kind of scrumbly as we call it here. A little something like this. Now it's starting to get to be wet in the wet. All right, because we have ourselves some stuff there. Well, let me do this. Let me snag a little bit of this manganese blue hue. Let's work some of that in there. All right, nice and soft. Nice and soft. You know what, we're going to scrumble some of that up there too. And even some of that over these guys to soften them even more. Hey there, Camda, how you doing? Actually, Camda, this is getting to be even fast for us because this is 9 minutes and 47 seconds, Camda. We have a couple of the, one of the non-radiant radiants that we don't see all the time. That's kind of the more yellowish green one. So Camda, I was trying to kind of come up with, okay, what does that stuff actually look like? And of course, Camda, that same kind of hole at the bottom, you see that at the bottom of a Paul Rubens tube. Okay, fine. But for what that one cost, you should not be seeing little holes in the bottom of the tools or bottom of the tubes, right? So yeah, and that will that we got to plug that hole. Actually, well, there you go, Cam. They just put it in a new tube. That's not really ideal, but I almost wonder if just putting it in the new tube just to make sure that over time nothing funky happens to it. Okay, there we go. So we got another. We got all kinds of colors is going on here. Now maybe we get to some lighter colors is going on here. So yeah, sorry about that, Cam. I looked at that and said, I'm not supposed to be there. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Well, okay, that is. We're just gonna have to try and soften up this brush a little bit here. Oh man, that is rough to work with. Okay, maybe that's why. Not sure what could have been in there. Okay, so there we are. Let's give this a try again. Radiant green. Touch of our sky blue, our not Severus blue there, Camden. And away we go. We need ourselves some lights here. Right, and this is not, of course, our lightest light at the edge of these clouds. This is just getting underway with how light this will be here. Kind of a little bit of opening round positioning, a little bit of that. Sky blue. We're feeling our way through these spacescapes here. We'll do the usual thing. We spend about an hour on each one, and then we kind of go back, and then we say, oh, okay, how about a little adjustment here, a little adjustment there, that sort of thing. Oh, yeah, we got this thing. Let me grab you. Okay. A little bit of thinner. I was using this in, was that the latest video? Yeah, it was. It was the elves, that's right. Yeah, that was the elves. That video also on the Patreon page. So I believe we've put up already 2 vids on the Patreon page this week. That ain't nothing. Manganese, yeah, fine. We'll put a little bit of thinner in there. Going real super wispy there. Like that. Some of that going to go up here. Again, this is more opaque now, what we got going on up here in the corner. Possibly also lighter if we do this. What's that going to give us here? That does give me a little something lighter, not a ton. Just want a little touch of that right there. That is it, I think. Get rid of that paint out of there. Where is... Alright, we're gonna grab this one. We also got this one. So Camden, I think there's enough folks in here now. If you would like to perhaps share your fabulous oil painted stuff, everybody please give Camden Paints a follow, because Camden Paints also does the streaming. Actually, Camden, we're thinking of doing any streams over the next couple of days here. Do you think you're kind of What would you say? Like the major tests? Do you think you've pretty much got all the major stuff down, and now it's more smaller things like okay, sound, that sort of stuff? Here's hoping like you feel that that's pretty much good to go, at least as far as the kind of the basic structural stuff. Gonna continue to go this way with it there. So again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. No, I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way. Not all the way over the clouds. Here are clouds that are kind of passing in front of that. All right. We will continue this way. All right. I think we got that pretty well set. We know we need these to be pretty bright right here. Let's get them going. We need these also to have a little bit of light on them too. Alright, especially right where the star is, maybe hitting some of those edges. Like so. More here. Now, Camda, I'll have to send you. I've got a Battlestar Galactica song that worked out pretty well. It's going to be for the Army Showcase vid since, well, we got 7 of those ships now. I think we almost pretty much have enough, again, for an Army Showcase vid, especially, given the size of those ships there. Although I might still wait for the Cobalt class. I mean, it would just be next Monday anyway. It's only a matter of days from now. And doing all the photography and the photo stuff on the other ships will take days anyhow. But that Cobalt class assault ship it's a beast. It is an absolute monster. I might have to do like some to make sure that thing actually stays on that flying stand. I might have to do some additional little whatever on the on the ventral side of that ship. Make sure it doesn't come flying off of there as we're painting it, because that would be unfortunate. Now, you know what? Let me do this. Let me just do this. I'm going to try and spread some of this around. Okay, we just needed some of our green in there. Now, if we do this, I think we got something we can blend into with a little bit. There we go. Okay, yeah. Now we got something we can actually blend into here. Don't need that piece of fuzz or whatever that is there. Get rid of that. This is still not straight up white, by the way. This is not actually white here. Now, Camda, I guess, what would you be doing, if you're gonna, I don't want to say the first official stream, but have you kind of started to get an idea? Okay, you know what, for the first, say, longer stream, one that maybe goes 2.5, 3 hours-ish, something like that, maybe we'll try something like this, or is it still kind of like, well, whatever. Whatever doesn't move, we'll paint that. So again, now we're just kind of rolling this We're just rolling that in and to maybe create some other cloud-ish type things here. Let's take this and do some tapping here. Yeah, now okay, I'm starting to see that here. I think that's the direction we want to go with this. A little more here. And the nice thing is that, doing something like this kind of almost takes some of it away. We're not super enthused by it. And again, this is that chromium oxide green camda that I was hoping to kind of feature that quite a bit on this one. Don't ask me why. I thought it might be fun to sort of include that a little bit more than we did on. We used it a little bit on the last one. This one I was kind of hoping to really, really utilize it. That's great there, Cam. I know it's not an easy thing. This is definitely not an easy thing. And of course, like you say, you're gonna kind of work your way into a schedule of some kind, or it might just be kind of random. It might never really coalesce into it. It's this every day. I mean, it took, Armored Wolf. I don't know how long it took before the schedule really emerged, and of course, flat Thursdays were not a thing. Which I think flat Thursdays. It's probably only the last maybe 2.5 years for flat Thursdays. And Armada Mondays, even that's only the last. Well, it started with the Armada ship, so that might have been pre-2020. No, it wasn't. It was not. So we didn't even start streaming. Never mind. Never mind. Losing my. Again, the brain doesn't do brain things anymore. That's yeah, the brain is retired. Yeah, Camda. There's just almost no way to fix that. Maybe if you have like a soldering iron or something like that, you could melt the tube or something, but metal fatigue would probably just make that happen again, right, Camda? Yeah, that, I guess, especially for how much that was. And I guess if you never open it or use it, then you can kind of say, hey, look, just give me another one. I'm not looking for money back. I just want one that doesn't have a hole in it. So yeah, sorry about that, Cam. Jeez, let's not drop that. So we're about 23 minutes in. So this is a little over a half an hour. Again, we still have to do our spatter stars. We're not gonna forget our spatter stars. Maybe this. That'll go up there. And then maybe another one over. Not with this though. Not with that. I will find. Give me my manganese blue hue here. That's gonna go there. I'm gonna do some of this here. Maybe a little thinner. Again, these are the surface on these is actually rougher than those initial 4 sets that we did. By virtue of, well, there was no Steinolriz. No, sorry, there was no ghost hints. No ghost hints on these. Nice to see you there, AD. How you doing? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. AD, fabulous. Now, AD, we are painting some more on that nifty figure. And of course, AD, be sure to share that in the chat. And again, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So, AD, well, you know exactly what's going on here. Now, these are those new ones we did, AD, uh, where we took like the dipping inks and uh, the GSW inks and stuff, and the Liquitex inks. I know you love the Liquitex inks. What are we doing here? We are taking one painting that was chopped into 4 pieces. See that? Chopped into 4 pieces, and we're going to turn that into 4 Spacescapes. Now, last week we did this. As again, it was one painting. We chopped it into 4 pieces, and then we created ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4 new paintings out of that. So, yeah, working on the little dragon. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see you. And of course, Rico, thank you so much for playing in that. That actually really did help a lot. It was very easy to get kind of into that. Now here's one that we did a while back. Again, that was one painting that we turned into 4 paintings. Here's another that we from one painting into 4 paintings. Again, I think this is week 6 or month. Well, yeah, this is their 6th time we've been doing. Like we had all kinds of these things right here. Everybody, please check out that photo there. Is that Instagram? Oh no, it's not Instagram. That AD Creations just posted. And everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Thanks, AD. What's funny, AD, is that by the end of this month, if we just keep doing these, these Flat Thursday challenges here, by the end of this month, we might have almost as many Spacescape paintings as I did over the course of years back in the day. I'm not kidding you. This is genuinely serious. We might actually have more of these than when I was painting Spacescapes. That's crazy, right, AD? Pretty cool. If there's anything you wanted to share, please go ahead and do that too. So we have Rico. It was just so hilarious because Zach had no idea that I knew you or Rot. He had no clue. So I never knew that you guys were in it. So because Rot was sending me those messages, and I'm thinking, well, this is kind of a coincidence that he's sending messages. It sounds like he's doing that too, but I had no clue. I had no idea. Recoil, none whatsoever. And of course, this video now. So I just put a video up on the Patreon page again with Wapelius Spellbrush. Actually, as I was fooling around with them, there was for the base, there was like the spell thing where there's like all these books flying around from either direction. Who knows? That might just actually be the next Wapelius Spellbrush that you see. And of course, this Monday, speaking of Battlestar Galactica, there you go. That is Battlestar Hades. That's part of the Ghost Fleet right there. Oh, definitely for sure, AD. Actually, AD, I don't know if it would be possible, but I might try to do the same thing where I kind of do a little something here, right? Like this. And we turn this into a Middle Earth, a spacescape of Middle Earth. Like, I mean, maybe that could be a Rivendell or something like that, or Fangorn Forest. That was all kidding aside there, Recoil. That was massively, massively helpful for sure. Now again, we're just trying to feel our way through these Spacescapes here. Yeah, because AD, we haven't done something like that before. So here again, this has been sort of, well, do whatever. Take these nondescript, airbrushy things and then just kind of go wherever with them. But to have to do it in a more specific way, that could be interesting. So again, and of course, we're going to have all of these. Eventually, they're going here, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, where there are no ads, because all it is just a replacement for what we used to have on the Twitches. Which, again, now the nice thing is, if you want to see the paintings we've done before, well, then all you got to do is just look at the playlists, and there is a playlist for. You know what? I need to. I'm gonna pop him over here, I think, instead. Yeah, we're gonna do this. He's gonna live over here. That's where he's gonna live. We're gonna blink this star out of existence. Look, it never even got to form, Camda. Look at that. We just blinked it out of existence. So Rico, it was great to have you there for sure. Because man, it's been a while, and not having any idea how any of that stuff works there, recoil. It was kind of nice. It's like, well, you know what? We're just gonna disappear over here. Hopefully, I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to have the Greyguard. Actually, I sent you that picture, right? AD of Greyguard the Glorious. Yes, I did. I sent you that picture of Greyguard the Glorious. That was when Kathy had convinced the kind of the group of friends that I always had here into picking up D&D again. No problem there, AD. No problem. There we go. So yeah, recoil. I figured I would just, as Zach was describing stuff, I'm like, he's gonna come to me, and I have no idea what the heck to say to him. So I wrote that up, and thank goodness, right? Recoil. It gave me kind of a script. It gave me something to actually say. It was kind of funny there, Rico, because they obviously they're it's being role played. I think they were actually kind of thinking like this. Okay, what kind of an idiot do we got here? And then the way you set it up, it was perfect because now all of a sudden it's kind of like, well, it's an act. It's an intentional thing. It's not just malarkey, right? It's not just somebody being a kind of a fool. There's a method to the madness. Now, there's some madness going on over here, which is phthalo green mixed with this warmer, not radiant green. Gonna do some more cloudy type stuff here. A little bit of scrumbling. Look at that, a little bit of scrumble there. Just pull that along here. Okay, so yeah, I got some stuff happening there. I wonder. Actually, okay, good. We do. We've got more blending brushes here, because we've only used about 5 or 6 blending brushes already in 33 minutes. Yes, 33 minutes ago, we didn't have any of these clouds. We didn't have any of these extra little stars. Ooh. Speaking of stars, I think we bring out our magical $500 spatter star brush. Look at that. Again, all the different features of texture paste, tile grout, extra paint, glue, primer. See, primer is there. You also look at this, the modified shape of the brush, the extra stiff bristles there. So yeah, again, a brush like this, you would probably find this on sale for $150. We have a special sale where it's $175. It's a very special sale. It's only this week. It's just this week. Now we're going to get some of our like pounded into this brush. What do we got spatter wise here? Okay, we got some spatter. Let me make sure you can see that. There's our spatter. Spatter here. Some spatter there. Some spatter here. And some of these stars are also going to get blinked out of existence too. Yeah, some of these are probably going to be going away. Now I'm going to get even maybe some finer ones here. All right. There we go. Let's say that's good enough. Uh, Actually, now recoil. I could not see any of the rolls. I had no idea what I rolled or what you rolled or what anybody was rolling. So that is something that Zach's gonna have to try and help me with, because that was a little bit difficult. Because I could hear the sound and I know that sound when it rolls that and it makes that little bleep sound there. I know that what that is. It's just I couldn't see what was going on, and that was difficult. So again, we're gonna blink some of these out of it. Look at this. There goes another one, Camda. Another one bites the dust. Well, Camda, hopefully, now that it's been at least a few weeks of the recovery time there, hopefully the recovery goes well. And of course, hopefully the streaming stuff also. So look at that. See that some of the ones where we just like, that's a little too much. Look at that. They're all gone. All went away. Yeah, Rico, I'll have to ask Zach to say, hey, sorry about that. But yeah, that whole thing, I'm just not really familiar with all that. I never even really knew how the paper one worked, much less now we're getting into all the digital stuff. Now we're going to try to lighten you up a little bit here. Right along this. Extend that out a little further. Do some, yeah, let's hit this too. Let's make that a little bit lighter there as we welcome in Grand Oracle. How you doing? So yep, Grand Oracle, this was part of the that tutorial video. I think it's one of the very latest there, Grand Oracle. Uh, Actually, oh, it's episode 4 of the Airbrush Workshop, Grand Oracle. Now this one was with the Liquitex inks, the one we did last week. This was with the dipping inks from Green Stuff World. This was mostly the Liquitex inks right here. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Do I want to keep the... No, I don't think I'm going to keep doing that. I was going to... Alright, fine. I'm going to grab a little bit more of this. We'll make this even lighter here. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, I know it's been... well, kind of like it's like a whole reversal of everything, right, Grand Oracle? How many years? I mean, literally, that is years of planning, and all of a sudden you're like, well, okay, now there's this plan. Yeah, that's all of a sudden a whole new plan got substituted there at the last second there, Grand Oracle. And I know that takes a little time to wrap around there. And then you chuck in a little bit of Boy Scout activity on top of that, right, right, Grand Oracle? That's a full time there. Let me do this again here. And Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw, I posted the first of the, what am I calling it? The, what is it? Not in the, so in the working in the Foundry. That's what it's called. Yes, the first of the Eldritch Foundry learn along videos. That is now on the Patreon page too. They actually recoiled. There was actual recoiled. You know how you were telling me, yes, you can rotate items and all that kind of stuff. Now, I did see as I was filming this video that there are some items you just can't do that to. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what they are because there's so many items, right? Recoil, there's a ton of them. And I swear they actually added a few since even just the last time I used it. There was a couple of things that said new on there, and I actually didn't recognize them. So I think even for me, there was some stuff there that was kind of brand new. So Grand Oracle, that was me trying to figure out how to do the whole screen capture thing. Remember we were talking about that? So hopefully it worked. I have no idea because I can't watch every second of the video, right? Kind of second hand. I can just kind of edit it and hope that, well, it worked out. That's about all I can do. So again, we're just kind of working in a little bit of darker cloudy goodness over here. Like that, a little bit right in there. Oh wow, Rico, that's fantastic. Uh, I don't think I'll be able to make my Greygar at least like straight up there recoil. I think what I'd have to do is kind of do it as a sculpting dolly and maybe do most of it. If anything, I'll have to sculpt the pants on, right? Recoil. Because he needs those pumpkin pants. I'm not really sure I can. Well, maybe his groupies there. Maybe I can have some of them too. Actually, recoil. I was actually kind of wanting to do that painting, like as an oil, like as a Renaissance type oil painting recoil, like super fine detail and all with the oil paints. Maybe that should be a Patreon series. What do you think, Grand Oracle? I'll send you the picture in question, and then you tell me. It I would only do it if I could tie it in like what we're recalling our time. I was actually making the figures in Eldritch Foundry first, or in addition, whatever. I don't know if that would be the second episode in our series of that, but it'll be there. So this is a mix of phthalo green and the Williamsburg. Yeah, Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which means indigo, essentially. We've also, again, been breaking out the chromium oxide green, which we're now going to infuse with a smidge there of the phthalo green. That's darker than I was expecting it to be, I gotta tell you. Not a bad thing. It just wouldn't think it was going to be quite that dark. We might need to. Maybe don't need to lighten that up. Maybe not. What I'm trying to do is have that kind of be a little bit of a foil here for all of this lighter stuff in there. Is this a blending brush? Yeah, that is a blending brush. Now, of course, it is. Oh, I got him here. I got him right here. Gee whiz, how did I forget these? So we got those two, and then there's one other one somewhere. Here he is. So look at this. From Eldritch Foundry, there's big old lineman in a 3-point stance. Either a lineman, maybe a tight end or something like that right there. So yeah, and I'm going to try and do more of these. But these are from Eldritch Foundry right here. What do you think we might be using those for, Grand Oracle, this Saturday? I know you can't possibly guess what it could be. It's going to be a total mystery to you. You'll never be able to figure it out. What might be happening with a bunch of football figures on a Saturday stream? Geez, even I don't know. Even I can't possibly imagine. It's yeah, I can't figure out what it might be. Couldn't possibly be a big college football stream. Nah, couldn't be that, right? What it could be here is a bunch of their phthalo green. Phthalo green. Here, I'm gonna get some of that around here. Hey there, Rocket. How you doing? So Rocket, really enjoying these spacescapes here. I mean, I know it was gonna be fun because 2D art, right? Right, Rocket. But these have been actually even more fun than I could have ever hoped they would be. So how you doing there, Rocket? If there's something you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Thanks, Rocket. Let's see, we're what 45 minutes in, and we kind of started with something like this, and now it's this. It's a little different now. I think we're gonna go planet on our next one. So again, something like this here. That's what we're gonna do on our next one because reasons. Oh, actually, Rocket, that sounds really nifty. Now, were you using the food dyes and such? Oh, geez, Armored Wolf, that's right. I was supposed to get a cheap airbrush so that we could actually airbrush food. That's right. I completely forgot about that. Oh well. Oh well, no big deal. So again, great to see you there, Rocket. And appreciate you hanging out here and joining us. We're also going to welcome in Kaylee and Cap. That's a double raid there. Get ready for the second one. Not sure which one made the sound first. Was it Kaylee or was it Cap? But they are both joining us here. And how you doing there, Cap? I know Kaylee's probably already kind of heading out there. But hope everything is kind of getting a little bit better, Kaylee. And yeah, Cap, hopefully things are kind of going better. Well, for you too, I know it was a little bit, it's been topsy-turvy. So hopefully it's a little more topsy and a little less turpsy. Great to have you back there. Nice to see you there, Un-American Cheeseburger. How you doing? So we took ourselves one painting. It was 11 by 14, and we chopped it into 4 pieces. 5 by 7s, because we know that fits, as you can see, it fits pretty well on screen, right? So again, this one we started, 47 minutes ago? Last week we did this one, or, well, this set of 4. So here's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. So this is what we've been doing every Thursday, pretty much since Gen Con, I think. Here's another batch. Well, batches, because this is like batch number 6. So I don't even remember how many weeks ago this was. I don't remember how many weeks ago that was, but you can see you're sensing a theme here, right? Kind of a 4 different spacescapes based kind of on a similar batch of colors there. Boy, Rico, you'll have to show me some pictures of that. And of course, again, Rocket, do you want to share any of that? Please go ahead. And again, great to have you back there, AD. And of course, why don't you share some stuff there, Cap? Everybody, please give Capmaster a follow, and please give Kaylee Lurson a follow as well. Go ahead and do that. So again, we're just kind of here, we're gonna soften some more edges right there. We're just about in the next 5-ish minutes or so. We're gonna be getting on our next one, because what we kind of do is we spend sort of an hour on each one, get them to a certain point, and then we kind of say, okay, now that we've gotten them to this stage, let's kind of go back, maybe make some changes, tighten up some things, whatever. So Rocket, since they're constantly in use on a daily basis, they're just kind of sitting in some little shelving units next to me, just like little cabinets that have like 6 shelves or something like that. They're just sitting right next to me because I need them at a moment's notice at all times. Well, that's okay. Now, Cap, again, it might be new. It might be new to anybody that you show here. So why don't you go ahead and post something there in the chat? Because again, it might all be new. So again, just in a few minutes here, we're gonna say temporary goodbye to this one, and we're gonna grab ourselves another one, and we're gonna do a similar thing here again. Just kind of develop more stars, maybe some planets, all that good stuff, all stuff like that. Now we're going to just try and chuck in a little bit more of our kind of regular stars here, maybe. Like this one here, we're gonna blink this one out of it once again. We are ruthless here. Look at that, boom. We're gonna blink that star out of existence here. It is now it has gone dark. And that star is now gone dark, and we're gonna replace that with some other little stars here. That's the power of this channel, right, Camden? We don't just like, oh wow, let's create a happy little tree. Wow, good for you. Oh, a mountain. Wow, you made a mountain. That's good. That's cool. That's nice. Congratulations. We're just gonna start like, creating universes here. That's the power of the oil paints. We can literally make stars go in and out of existence, entire solar systems. So everybody check out, again, that link, again, give a follow to Katie Larson. You should go ahead and do that. You know what, I'm going to maybe have these clouds a little bit higher here. Then we will grab maybe you as a blending brush. See how that rolls pretty well. Yeah, look at that. This is the same way we paint on our miniatures. Oh, by the way, check this out, Cap. So this is the new Wapelius Spellbrush miniature. We created this in Eldritch Foundry. We just did a video on our Patreon page showing how kind of this was made. We painted this, was this last Saturday? This was either last Friday or last Saturday. We did our Wapelius Spellbrush here. Again, Book of Wapel, and the Magic Palette, and of course all of our fabulous fluorescent oil paints right there. So yeah, that's and I just in that video I created yet another Wapelius Spellbrush. So we have ourselves another new Wapelius Spellbrush figure also too for our fabulous college football Saturday coming up. Well, look at what we got here. We even got a dude in a 3-point stance right there. Look at that. And they are different sizes. Those linemen are definitely bigger. Now, Rocket, the typical Hubble images tend to, well, let's do it this way. They tend to show them like this. So they're more like an X versus a cross. The lens flares like that, again, that's not really necessarily what you would see it. That sometimes it's just a camera artifact. But it's kind of fun. It is kind of fun to have those. But a lot of times it is just a camera artifact. Again, I wish it was like something that happens all the time, naturally. And then there's a little bit of natural there. You see that with the sun, right, depending on how the clouds are. And what kind of maybe ice crystals are up there in the atmosphere at the time. There we are. Okay, so you just get a little bit of a reflection on those clouds. And now it is just about 1 hour. What does that mean? That means it might just be time to grab ourselves a new Spacescape. And let's try and do another one here. Let's just grab one like, say, so. Here that does not have a little star in it like that one did. We're going to put this, let's get these guys out of the way. Put you over here. Also, too, I think we just, this was our King Ellister. I think we did this one last week, right? Pretty sure we did that one last week. That is from, I almost said Titan Forge. That is from Navarrete Studios, my mini factory. And of course, now Rocket, that famous, Pillars of Creation image, that was I think that was pre-repairs too. Now, let me see here. Yeah, let me get some of. No, we'll just leave that as is. Now, do we? So you can see this one was in the lower left-hand corner over here. I kind of like this here. I think we're gonna go this way. I think we're gonna carve ourselves a planet into existence over here. Let's do that. Here we go. In a matter of minutes, we'll have ourselves an entire planet to explore over here. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy. Wow, now it's a happy Friday, Sea Dragon, already. It is already a happy Friday. Look at that. Where's my. Okay, fine. We're going to roll with this. We are going to take some of you and some of you. Blammo. And some of you. And go blammo. And now we shall create ourselves a little planet here. I'm going to maybe use you to start meshing some of this together. Oh, there you go. That just, oof, I'm exhausted, right? Right, Cam. I'm not sure I can continue. That just took so much out of me doing that. Yeah, I'm exhausted. Let's start to do some of our lighter stuff here along the edge that we need. Maybe a little more thinner on this. See you later there, Cap. Great to see you. Thanks for the raid, Cap. Great to see you there, Arid. Arid, did you have a chance to share? I don't think you had a chance to share your Pinterest link. Why don't you go ahead and do that, Arid? Oh, sorry about that, Camda. There's a couple of people that were in had the autocorrect monster inflict grievous harm on them, like Arid can wife. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid just posted while you're also staring down the eyes or teeth or claws of the autocorrect monster who unjustly modified both Arid can wife's and Camda's posts there. That must have been almost simultaneous. That must have been almost simultaneous there. So see you later there, Cap, and so great to see you there, Arid. Still waiting on the tomatoes. There's more and more of them coming out. Actually, Arid, I think I'm starting to get tomatoes on the indoor plants. Believe it or not, I think there's actually there's little flowers anyway. There were no flowers, at least not a couple of days ago. But now there's flowers on there, Arid. Alright, so we got our little planetoid over here. How's about we get ourselves a little staratoid over here? Let's do that. Yeah, that's a precise astronomy term right there. Again, most folks, they're not as well versed in astronomy terms as we are here. Yes, yeah, sure. Let's throw some of this in there. Maybe that's a little too dirty. We're gonna do this. Is that a little? Okay, that's a little. Nah, we don't want it quite that light there. Gonna chuck some of this in here. There we go. Some of that into here. Let's see. Rico, boy, I think I might have thrown those away, but I actually my old astronomy, either that or Planetary Society magazine Recoil. It actually had. It was that question: have we discovered fossilized stuff remains on Mars of single cell life forms? So you have to send. Can you send me the link to that there, Recoil? But I'll never forget those pictures. And I remember seeing those pictures years and years ago. Ooh, that's got a bunch of thinner on it. Get rid of that thinner off that brush there. It's not going to be a great blendy brush if it's got a bunch of thinner all over it. That's more like it. Now let's take some of you. And then some of you. And in we go. A little more of our phthalo green there. We haven't really done a whole lot with the kind of a yellowy green, so let's maybe give that a try here. Okay, we're just gonna scumble some of that in. Come on, there we go. We're doing the scrumble, Cam. Look at this. We're doing the scrumble. So yeah, recoil. That was again. That was an old. I think it was an old Planetary Society magazine article, just years and years and years ago. Obviously, technology has improved so much since then, right? Recoil. So it's very possible it's a little bit easier for them to discover things like that now. They've also added many more rovers over on Mars 2, right? Oh, look at that. There we go. We need some dark up against that. Now we got ourselves some dark up against that. There we go. Sometimes you gotta get in there. None of this weak stuff down in the lane. Go strong to the hoop. None of that weak sauce. No weak sauce down the lane. Only the powerful stuff. Use you as a blending brush again. Just kind of changing some things up here. Nice to see you there, Artemico. Artemico, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? So Artemico, hopefully, I know you got another big project there. Hopefully that goes well. And well, hate to say it, hopefully you got a bunch of other ones lined up too for after that. No big secret why, right? Artemico. And why don't you post some stuff there in the chat? I know you got stuff you can post. Scrumbly, scrumbly, scrumbly. Camden, it's kind of easy for it to form. Ironically enough, it's the sustained part. That's where it gets tricky. That because you need a very, very stable environment for, well, a long time. And environments have a tendency to change. Hence the whole, this used to be a shallow inland ocean, tropical ocean at that, until it was an ice age. And then it was under, a mile or two of glaciers. And then that, well, gave us the Great Lakes, 20% of the world's freshwater supply. We're sitting on it right here. We'll sell it to you for, I don't know, a couple $100 a gallon. That sounds reasonable. That sounds like a steal, actually. So everybody check out the most popular Instagram post of the year there by Art O. Michael. Check it out. Check out that Insta link. Now, Arda Michael, were you kind of considering doing some streaming again? Nope, I'm gonna stick with this. I want to stick with that for some more blending right there. And well, we're gonna be doing I think another one of our little lens effects here. So Camden's kids, bad news for all of us here in the Great Lakes. Camden's kids are going to pretty much burn through that 20% tonight at bath time. Now, here's hoping that you get all the stuff you need there, Erda Michael. There we go. And again, hopefully it's been not too shabby working on the bolt action stuff. Okay, so there we go. There's a little action there. Some star action. Get all that out of here, and let's grab this again. Let's grab this. There we go. Because we might try to do ourselves maybe some fingers of creation again. Where's our fingers of creation? There they are. There's our fingers of creation. Yep, Arda Michael, that's Armored Wolf. Well, Armored Wolf is well acquainted with that, and well, we're all kind of scrambling here trying to figure out, okay, what the heck can we do here? Because some of my key software things, well, those aren't going to work. Also, what is that? TurboTax, yeah, great. Yeah, that's right. That was the big thing of the 200 pieces of terrain. I know that's going to be a big deal. Okay, we're just trying to here. Let's do some more there. So we're trying to here. Let's any brush is a blending brush. Let's just use that right here. Okay, so again, starting to do a little bit of our blending there. So yep, that's how we try and do our taxes here now. Since Leon, the tax guy, retired. I mean, it still costs about $300, but still it's less than the $500 or $600 that it costs to have a person do it. And well, the person seems to be wrong just as often as the software is. So whatever. Either way, I just expect a knock on the door and the handcuffs. Let's do some more of our let's just do some more of our darker stuff up here. More of that right here. Scrumble that right in. Now we need some more of that down here. Okay, not a bunch of thinner there. I'm gonna have to get more of my phthalo green out here, it looks like. Yeah. Might need some more of that. You know what, I'm going to do that up here too, and then we're going to grab ourselves some other brush like this one. Fade that a little more. Let's do this here. Yeah, Camda because what we do here, let's just put it this way, Camda, maybe 1/100th of a percent of the people in this country do what we do. So that that makes things a little bit confusing, Camda. And just to make sure it's not, it's not ever not confusing. Of course, all that stuff changes radically every year. Yes, there's times where you just, well, okay, we made less, we paid more, but now all of a sudden they want a whole bunch more money. So I'm sure you are all too familiar with that phenomenon. Let me darken you up just a smidjola here again on the other side of this. Okay. Oh, and again, the Camden, thanks for getting that hat. I still got to get that sweatshirt. We need that for the winter time, right, Camden? Got to get that. Especially since it's got that super soft fabric, right? That's what you were saying. Now I am going to try and get me maybe a little bit more, not necessarily a rocky surface here, but maybe a little more something going on our surface of the planetoid here than we've done on some of the other ones. Well, Candace, speaking of Crocs, Swampton Crocs, right? Oh, geez, recoil. I gotta make some uniforms for them. We gotta develop uniforms for the Swampton Crocs if we're gonna have them make their debut, so to speak, this Saturday. And again, that's the plan, anyways. Now, if I can't get all the figures printed out and everything and ready to rock and roll, I mean, there's gonna be another fabulous college football Saturday coming up after this one. That was something that I kind of noticed, Cam, that I was pleasantly surprised. I really wasn't sure what to expect with that. Where is my fabulous? Actually, this is a new. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle. I gotta look and see if they still have the fabulous sale going on. Geez, that's what I've been forgetting. Thanks, Recoil. Well, yeah, I wanted to. Well, obviously a barrister guy, right, with a big giant head and the big wig. We got to make one of those for the Barton barristers. We know we need that. Here we do this. So yeah, I'm gonna this hopefully tomorrow create some uniforms for our teams. No. I want more of the phthalo green in there. That's more like it, I think. And this to soften all of those edges, like so. Got it. I want this brush again. Couple little darks in there. So we're about 20-ish minutes or so into our second painting here. Painting number 2 out of 4. Starting to get more into a little bit of a dry brush mode here. Not a whole lot of thinner on there. Come on, work it. There we go. Work it up this way. We'll need some stuff up here. We also have to start thinking about some spatter stars, Spatter Star Galactica. Sure, we'll just do that. No, I want it to be a warmer green, so I'm just going to use you because you already have that warmer green on there. Some of our phthalo. Might just do it. That might just get me where I need to be. And let that mix with what's already there as we scrumble this along. More scrumbling. Okay, there's my brush. Got something a little bit like our pillars of creation. Maybe even a little more dark there. I'm gonna take this. Come on. Put a little cooler colored star down here. Blending brush to get after the edge of that. Like that. And then something down there. Okay, so there's another one of our stars. And we want maybe something up there, over here. Maybe something right over here. Okay. We'll do something maybe like this. Sorry about that. Again, that you would think of like the Paul Rubens stuff. You say, "Oh, fine, okay, that happens," but not with that stuff, right? That is not a bueno situation at all. That's not cool. That is not cool. No, 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 not that one. This one. Let's do something like this. Come back to this. Like that now. So there's a little more thinner on it. I would, yeah, definitely a little more thinner on it. Get this. That's what I need. Is I need me another chunk of paper towel over here. That's what's missing. Here, 1 second. Ah, much better. Turn that over. Even better. So yeah, I couldn't hear any sound on that camera, but I saw that telltale little sign in the corner there, and then I could see the pointing at it, and I went, well, I know what happened there. That is an unhappy camera there. So yeah, sorry you gotta deal with that extra hassle there, especially with that kind of a price. And look here, once again, we're doing our little fabulous cloud action there. little bit of that up here too, I guess. Looks like it. Or not. And we'll just say boom. There. We can wipe clouds. We can wipe happy clouds out of existence too. It's not just star systems we can wipe out. We can wipe out clouds too. And enough of that. We might need some of that over here now. Yeah, that's well, and of course, oh, that's right. It has to be a special order too. That's right. Forgot about that, Camda. Yeah, that definitely was not a fun thing there. Oh, here. Let's before we forget. We need some of that up here. Starting to work some of this in. Not necessarily the fingers of creation. Oh, that's where you went. That's where you're hiding. Let me just grab this paper towel. Just going to try and get some of this darker stuff off of here. Again, we're just going to kind of take it, grab at the edges of these things. Stretch them this way, stretch them that way. Like you do. And then we start to maybe again add some a little bit of lighter stuff in there. Same thing here to extend our edges of our clouds, make them lighter. Here's that, I don't know whichever one of the not radiant greens, which is kind of the more yellowish green. So now we've been at this pretty much a half an hour. Again, I'm painting number 2. Got ourselves a happy little planet over here. Doing planet stuff. We got happy little nebula clouds over here doing cloud stuff. Do that here. Now I think it's time for some spatter stars. So it's time for Spatter Star Galactic. We need to we'll get our first one out of harm's way though. Let me move that over there. And then we go back to our super miraculous spatter brush again. So many special features with the tile grout, with the texture paste, the super glue, the regular glue. Countless features on that. A brush that took years to make. Okay, there we got some spatter now. Some spatter here. Not where the planet is, of course. Some little light spatters there. Not too heavy. And again, where we think we got too many of them, we can always just, again, obliterate those, wipe them out of existence. I mean, you thought, the power of Q was omnipotent. Nah, not at all. Camda, did I send you the picture, Camda, of the, basically a modified version of one of our ships where I basically told GPT, I said, look, make this look like it's actually in orbit of this planet and give it that kind of that special lighting. Maybe if I haven't sent that to you, Camda, I'll try to get that your way. Hey, Rico, let me watch that video again just to. It was traumatizing the first time around there. Hey, Valfera, how you doing? Great to see you there, Valfera. But it might just be worth a shot. I think, well, Rico, it certainly couldn't hurt, right? I think it couldn't hurt. So great to see you there, Valfera. We're on painting number 2 here of our 4. We're going to go super light here, I think. Well, let's see what happens. See what happens. Gotta get some of our stars over in here. It's easier just to paint those in by hand rather than trying to spatter star those in. So Valfera, I don't know if you saw the alert there for the video on the Eldritch Foundry stuff. Yes, for the I was able to figure out how to do the screen capture, whatever. I don't know how I did. It just did it. I couldn't even tell you how I made that happen. But thank goodness, it seems like it worked. Because I had footage there. Well, recoil, if anything, it could, who knows, it could be featured on This Week in Basing, a podcast. Yes, indeed. You never know where it might end up being featured. What are we doing here? Some more of this. Again, this star kind of making their little way across there. So great to see you again, Valfera. All right, there's our little light there. Gonna re-infuse this some more. Come on, there we go. Also this. Maybe, you know what, fine. Try to do a little bit of that down over here. I'll take my blending brush to do that. That could be very handy recoil for. I mean, well, let's say you have to do a repair on a miniature or something there, recoil, and you need to be painting on it right away. Well, if it hardens in 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to be able to maybe get in there and actually paint on that thing. I don't know, that might be too. Okay, yeah, let me back away to this over here. That would have been maybe a little too late. Right over there, yeah. Let's use this. And now we're getting about 35-ish or so minutes into Spacescape number 2. And now I'm starting to wonder, okay, if I just made sculpting dollies with the Eldritch Foundry, does that go into our sculpting workshop, or does it stay in the Eldritch Foundry series? I'm not so sure. Now, what I'll probably do before we start our next one, I am just kind of going to clean some of this off of my hands because I don't want to get too much of it. See, we're starting to get a little too much of it back there. So I might, again, just a quick little bit, and I still haven't had a chance to make any of the Wapilius Spellbrush animations. We need to get those too. Also gonna get me some little stars around here. Like that. Some of that over here, and then maybe, I don't know, let me see what happens if we do something a little lighter down along this way. So Valefair, hopefully there's been no new incidents with mustard. Hopefully mustard has not been on the warpath this week. The most hazardous condiment known to humankind. Okay, there. All right, that's there's our little guy down there. Let's do this here. That might be a little more than we wanted with that. I'm just gonna throw a couple, little lights. Right again, they're kind of the start lighten it this way. Lighten it that way. I wonder that's a little bit too straight of a line there. Let me maybe. I know we've got, yeah, we do have some darker stuff that we can use here. Let me get rid of the paint out of that. We got this brush, we have this stuff here. Yep, yeah, that we just needed to change the direction of that a little bit. Same with these, get a little bit more of the dark up there, and then also over here. Yeah, that works, that works. Maybe bring that all the way down to the bottom of the board there. These are just 5x7 pieces of essentially a hot press illustration board. That's all it is. Nothing fancy. It's not a canvas or anything. Which one would be our next one? Here, let me move this back into place there. Would it be this one or this one? Maybe this one here. Oh, that's, well, speaking of one, this is the one that is actually in the upper left-hand corner, it would seem. So 1:33, so about 40 minutes or so we've spent on this one here. And again, this time we did ourselves a little planet up there. We might do a like a rocky surface. We haven't actually done that. And I was thinking something here. We got our spacescapes down. Oh, is that one? Nope, that's not one of them there. We'll get to, I thought that might have been one of them over there. No, that's a landscape. Boy, we really have to scroll down to get to those spacescapes, don't we? Man, they're way down here. So see something like the thing on the left there? So maybe some kind of an actual, like a surface there. Yeah, let's try something maybe like that. And gotta scroll all the way back here. Nope, we still gotta scroll more to get back to my scene. Oh, there we go. Look, we're finally there. So Camda probably on maybe next week's or something like that. Actually, Camda, I have to create some more raw material because I'm saving one of them for a tutorial version of this Camda. So actually, I have to, before next Thursday, I actually, yeah, either got to do more of these or we instead of a a whole batch, we just do another one of our Spacescapes of Middle Earth. So it could be that. Again, it depends on if I'm able to create some a new bit of something there. But it might have to be a Spacescape of Middle Earth. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. So, Inganes, if you want to share stuff in the chat, well, like always, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. So, Inganes, hopefully you did get to do some of that streaming that you were hoping to get back to there. So, yeah, we're doing some more of our darker stuff in here. And again, everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Now, Irid, you're doing your usual stream, right? Friday, Saturday, 7 Pacific there. And I think it's still working on your Gundam, right, Irid? Now, I'm pretty sure there's at least one set of streams left on that one, I think. Gonna darken up the top of that cloud just a little smidge more there. Not too much. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna soften up a couple of these edges too. Like that. Ah, well, that's good. That's good. Well, then I'm sure that'll be very welcome. That's gonna be a very welcome time for you there, Incarnates. And again, everybody check out the link. That's an Instagram link there that Incarnates just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Go check that out. I don't want to lose this cooler stuff down here. Let's not get too crazy with that. So I want to see in about 10-ish minutes or so, we'll say, okay, we're gonna put this one off to the side, and again, let it do the same thing. Give it a chance to set for a bit while we grab another one. And now we haven't done we've done these kind of things with the ball in the background. Let me bring this one up. So yeah, it'll be something like this, except I think I want to try and have an actual planetary surface there along the bottom edge of it, which means that one might be the choice right here. Yeah, maybe I think we'll do this one next, maybe for that. All right, we'll see you in a bit there, Irid. See you in a bit. I'm sure that will be most enjoyable. What is this going to be? It should be a cooler green. It's a little bit later also than I wanted. Okay, that's better. Again, just some more of these little wispy clouds here. Don't want to wipe out too many of those stars over there. A little bit of it up there, sure, yeah. I want to soften this. I might use this brush here. Yeah, let's take out the edges of those. Yep, like that. We got those reasonably, so again, where those edges kind of go away there. You know what, I might extend this out a little bit more here. 1 second. there goes my spatter brush. We don't want to lose that. A brush that is worth literally hundreds of dollars, right? You don't want to lose this. And they just went flying out of my hands. Okay, I'm going to take this. And extend that just out a little more. Yeah, I got a little too, that curve went a little bit astray there. Okay, there we go. That's it. That is it. Now let's gonna do the same deal up there. For that, maybe a little bit more of our light up there too. Yeah, that's more like it. And again, this is here's your one true brush right there. Again, some more like this. I think we're pretty good on our spatter stars, except here I'm gonna, well, once again, we're gonna blink some stars out of existence. Look at that. The universe is a cruel thing, right, Camda? But decisions must be made. Some stars must expire so that others can be created. We need those heavy elements, right, Camda? Those heavy elements don't just create themselves. We need those stars to go through their entire life cycle there, and spread that stuff all over the galaxy. For sure. And we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that too. We'll get a little bit more of this dark. I want those clouds there to get too sharp, so we're gonna tap away at some of those. Maybe extend that this away a little. Yeah, here we go. Here we are. Fade you a little bit. These are just some super cheap brushes, and just really cheap stuff. Nothing pricey at all. I mean, I don't want to say a dime a dozen. They're probably a little bit more than that, but they're not that much more. They're really not. Might have to get me some more cleaner into my little container there too. And again, the cleaner that we are using here is not our thinner. It is this. It's from Winsor Newton. And look at it, even works for dried acrylic. So acrylics, oils, it's not hazardous, and no vapors. Again, unless mini wheats or chocolate covered raisins are involved, not so much with the vapors. And of course, we are not using a giant vat of thinner either. This is it. Just a little water bottle cap there. That's all it is. So you can see where we got. Looks like, oh, I was actually I prepped. Ooh, that's right. Our stream tomorrow, I might be painting one of the first of the War Crow figure. At least that's the intent. Anyways, to be painting a War Crow figure, and that might be the Saturday stream too. Actually, that's probably more. It's equally as likely, because while the figures are prepped, there are no bases ready for them. So if I can make bases for them, we shall see. I will try to do that tomorrow amongst a bazillion other things, including our little 5.8-mile hike that we're going to have to do to the post office. that. We got this. All right. So it is now time. So again, we're going to just try to wash some of this off of the hands there. Because we don't want to, again, get too much of it piled up on the back. See, we're getting a little bit too much of that on the back of the boards because, well, we've got it kind of spread all over our hands here. This will come off with just a little bit of dish soap and some warm water. Now, boy, I really do want to get that Wapelia spell brush thing for our Albi back screen. That's right, we got to have a whole little animation maybe here, right, of our Albi back screen. But don't go anywhere. We shall return because we've got 2 more Spacescapes to do. So Camda, this right here, the only stuff that wouldn't come up, that's not oil paint. I'm like, that I haven't been. That's ultramarine blue. That's actually pen ink. That came from this, not from the oil paints. And I scrubbed on that. That wouldn't go in anywhere there, Camda. So yeah, just like you were talking about there with your primer stuff, that was not gonna budge. All right, so we are gonna take Spacescape number 2. We set that one aside, and now we're gonna do Spacescape number 3. Let's figure out what we're gonna do with this guy here. I was thinking something again more like a. Okay, I don't think we need that much paint on there. I'm like, I think there's a little extra something on there. So we're gonna try this here. Who knows? Maybe some happy little mountains. I don't know. Let's do this. And I think if we're going to do a little rocky ball in the sky, it should be like this maybe. Okay, yeah, let's do something like this right here. So it'll be about that size. Okay, and that's going to reflect on this. It's going to reflect on this. And then we got ourselves a wee little cloud. It's going to go in front of it like this. Yep, there you go. Something like this here. That happens quick. Don't blink. Not even with Spacescapes. Right, Camden? Not even with Spacescapes. Where'd my other brush go? That's what I'm looking for. Or maybe this guy? Alright. I'm going to play with this guy here. I will get some thinner on that brush, maybe? I don't know. And let's have at it here. Because we can blink planets into existence in a whole bunch of different ways, right, Camda? Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see ya. Great to see you there, surface tension. I hope that all is well in Welshlandia. And of course, surface tension, if you would wish to share anything in the chat, please feel like you can do that. We need our lighter side up there on the moon in the sky, because well, is this since we are talking about space here, right? Right, surface tension. The Welshlandic Space Agency needs to stay on the ball there. Countless lives depend on them, right? Surface tension. Everybody, please check out that link that surface tension just shared. And some fabulous oil painted miniatures there as well. Let me try something like this. Let's break into that a little more there. Okay. Ooh, let's do this. Let's do this for our, well, shadow set, which means we need a little something darker than that. Alright, we got this here. Might still too much of our lighter color. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now, okay, there we go. Now we got something going on there. All right. That's what we wanted over there. Some of our fabulous manganese blue hue here. Alright, so we've done that. Getting rid of these splotcholas there. Where's my... There you are. So that is our genuine Payne's Gray. That is the Williamsburg Payne's Gray there. Oh yeah, you got to tell them about that. Yeah, definitely, Cam did tell them about the Welsh Quickset. I almost forgot about that. Sorry, Camda. Come on. No, 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 no. That green. There. Darker stuff for our foreground over here. Okay, that starts to emerge now. What's happening with that? And then also up here. Camden can fill you in on the Welsh Landic Quickset there. It's the Quickset Gray. Basically a special Alkyd Gray. Let me. This brush should do it. This brush should do it here. I'm gonna take a little bit again of the manganese blue. We're gonna scrub that in here. We're gonna get rid of that extra little mountain that we had in there. More of this manganese blue hue, maybe up there. More of it over here. Scrubbing that in. There, okay. So great to see their surface tension. Okay, we got that again. Now we can go back. There you are. That's the one I'm looking for here. Maybe a little darker than that. And then the same. Oh, wait. Reflected manganese blue hue in our shadows. Fine, a little lighter perhaps. Hey there, Valfira. No problem. So I just been was working on that new type of video with the screen capture thing going on. It seems like it worked. I wasn't sure if it was gonna, but it seemed like it did. That is, I posted that to the Patreon page, so that is available for viewing now. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, if you want to share your oil painted goodness in the chat, please go ahead. And Doji, I'll get you some more pictures of the garden tomorrow because it just, well, it does keep expanding for sure. Now we're really going to try and hammer in some brighter stuff coming down from our star there. And then we're going to start doing that here. And then let's try to refresh that brush. Ah, there we go. Almost like a little bit of a river here, valley thing going on there. No, not on this machine. That's on the other one because I was doing all of the Eldritch Foundry stuff, and that's not done on this machine. All this machine does. This is basically just for live streams and for recording kind of the more traditional tutorial style videos. So no harvesting yet. Actually, Velfir, now this is, I only noticed this today, but there's actually flowers on the indoor tomato plants. That was, I'm pretty sure, Valfera, that was not the case like even as recently as yesterday. But yeah, I think there's now flowers on the indoor plants too, because, why not? At least I know I'll get some. So yeah, just trying to do the Eldritch Foundry stuff there. I'm calling them learn along videos there, Valfera. Since as I was filming that, well, I ran across at least 5 or 6 tools that I'd never seen in the first attempt or whatever you want to call it. Now this is almost a little bit like either our Argonaut or what was our? Oh yeah, it was our first landscape of Middle Earth. It was oh yeah, the Lonely Mountain. That's it. It was the Lonely Mountain. Now we're going to get our later stuff on this side of our moon or whatever here that is up in the sky there. So see you later there, Doji. Again, appreciate you being here, of course. Well, hopefully we'll see you on, well, your Saturday there, Doji, which means a fabulous bakery run achieved, hopefully. You know what? I'm just going to have that go all the way off the edge there, like you do. And then we're going to start to maybe break in this with some other darks. Maybe some more edges, because, well, edge contrast is, of course, a thing. It definitely is a thing. Especially in film noir, right, Velfira? You carry that across again, our little star there. Something like you here. I'm going to get some dark on that side of him there, too. No. Let me go up to this. Back to this again. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to roughen this up a little. And yeah, Velfir, we've got ourselves some position players here. Again, fabulous Eldritch Foundry created figures there. Here's another. So we got ourselves a big old limb and a 3-point stance right there. Can never have too many of those, right, Velfira? There is no such thing. Is that doing? Yeah, okay, that works. That works. Now we're gonna maybe again get some of our darker stuff in here too. It can't all just be later, later, later. Need to have some strong darks. Let me see. You know, I'm gonna do a little bit thinner here. Fine. And have that break out down into our little valley there. Back to my blue. Like this. Is that going to be too light? Don't want it to become too light. We need a little bit of that over there too. Just might utilize, again, would be our reflected light here from the planet onto this. Even well, you notice that there's Earth shine on the moon, and vice versa. You'll notice that the shadow side of the moon actually has reflected light in it. Well, that would be us bouncing light back on it. So the autocorrect monster actually attacked two people at once earlier, Valfira. It attacked the Arid and Camda all at once, so they both took revenge on the autocorrect monster. Well, no, maybe he comes from outer space. I don't know. But that is the autocorrect monster. Should your post in the chat be unjustly modified, you can claim vengeance here on the autocorrect monster. There he is, doing his nasty work. Very nasty work by the autocorrect monster. Actually, surface tension. I just am now finishing. There was an Imperial barracks, and I'll send you pictures probably tomorrow. There's surface tension or Saturday. Um, we're talking about at least 22 pieces, and each one of them on average was about a 12-hour print. So again, here we're just going to try and get ourselves some craterage there, like you do. We'll be coming back with some more too, but here, let's get a little more thinner on that. We darken this down. We'll start with this here, and we're gonna take this and there we go. So we'll go with this for right now. Then we'll probably come back in to that and put some more stuff on it. No, we're gonna grab some of this and work it around that edge there. Yeah, surface tension. Well, send me some pics of that. I'm sure it already looks amazing. I'm sure it's fabulous already. Trying to keep that reasonably soft there. So we are 2 hours, 10 minutes in. We are on painting number 3. scumble in some of our darker, that's basically a little bit of phthalo green in there. There's probably a little touch of our uh, Williamsburg Payne's Gray in that too. That'd be fantastic surface tension. Again, I'll try to get you trying to get you some of those pictures. So Camda, is that going to be another home brew like scale ale? So that's oh, where's our scale ale? Here it is. So in addition to scale ale, we're gonna have Earthshine. Is that like some kind of famous astronaut home brew or something like that? So after I do some of these later things, then we're gonna come back in with some of our darks here and really create maybe some little crags, some rocks, whatevs. We're trying to again secure our little mountainscapes here. Yeah, surface tension. Something tells me all the fun stuff like that. We couldn't do that today because there's no such thing as fun today, right? All right, here I'm gonna do the same sort of thing over here. Blend you. Yeah, I'll just grab this and use that. Can't. Let me try to create a little unevenness here, not just a gentle slope there. Yeah, something might be like that. That sounds about right there, Camja. The kind of drink that puts hair on the bottom of your feet or whatever. So now to some darker stuff. I might use this brush here. It's got some thinner on it as well. So I'll try again to make some kind of little rocky crags in here, and then again some interruptions into this, like here. Yeah, maybe some rocks or whatever, just some individual boulders. Who knows? Maybe this is just like a very small, like a Deimos or Phobos or something like that, a very small moon. Maybe that's a bigger one. I don't know. Not sure how this planetoid works. That's how it goes sometimes, right, Camja? There's again another little interruption here, and we don't want this to be a whole slew of just a bunch of light stuff there. We need ourselves some darks. And we're going to try that as part of our darks here. Maybe we do it even more extensive bit of dark here. So see you later there, Camda. We'll probably be on Spacescape number 4 by the time you achieve that. But see it a little bit there, Camja. So again, this is Spacescape number 3. Number 3 of, again, yet another 4 Spacescape evening here. So surface tension, I kind of did the first little bit of sort of like prepping something in Photoshop. So trying to get the Battlestar Galactica ships to look like they're in orbit around a planet. It just couldn't do them when they were on the flying bases still. So I had to just kind of bring them in, eliminate the flying base, and then actually kind of just almost do a green screen around it so that I could tell GPT, it's like, okay, eliminate the green screen. And it was at least able to, I think, figure that out, thank goodness. Gonna get rid of more of that green that's there. So yeah, we haven't done one of these. We have not done one of these yet. Get me back into maybe some of the dark room. Get rid of that. Trying to make more smaller little crags and such here so that this and then this we got the layers going right. Foreground, middle ground, background, all the good stuff. That is getting a little bit too much of our. Now we had again that oxide green out here. Lots of the oxide green. So again, it wasn't really a green screen. It was accidental that the color that it ended up filling around the ship was some kind of green. And I just said, look, get rid of that green stuff and then take the ship itself and put that in orbit around a planet. And I got the song ready too for it too. So I'll send you all that stuff. There's surface tension. Now this ought to show us some edges, right? Valfera. Well, you can see them now. Look at those hard edges there. Now let's take our first one here. Even on this, edges are still a thing here. Now you can also see the difference between the warmer greens and the cooler greens. Look at that. Warmer greens, cooler greens. You can see that if I can actually pick this thing up, you'll be able to see it. So here you'll be able to see, well, look in the, especially in the sky there, you got warmer greens, cooler greens, and I got no greens. Actually, there's it almost like nothing's going on in the sky, right, Phil Farrell? Look at that. Yeah. So essentially, in the photographs, and this was our latest one here, if all this stuff was in the back, it did not understand what to do with all of this. It actually kept making it part of the image. So again, what I do is I just essentially cut all around the ship and then just said, okay, make it some kind of color so that it would just eliminate that. Because it's not enough to just essentially have the ship with a spacescape background. I want the ship to be basically lit like it really belongs in the scene. And the only way to do that is to have the GPTs do the whole thing. Or is the whole 9 yards, as they might say. Alright, there's our floral. Now that's I mixed it with the manganese blue here. That is just not okay. We needed that extra kick of the dark there. Now let me. This is some of our chromium oxide green that we're using here. And then we're going to get rid of as much of that as possible. We're going to take this, some of the manganese blue hue, then some of this green. Still not quite doing what we need. Let's do this. Let's take some of this, some of that together. Still not quite right. I'm going to take this, and I'll take that. Now we're getting somewhere. That makes this a little bit more juicy right there, too. Hey there, Landris and Hecatone. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Hecatone a follow. So, Hecatone, I hope that all the painting is going on. I know you got tons of projects going on. And Hecatone, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, Hecatone, we're on actually Spacescape number 3. So, how was the movie there, Landrast? I'm guessing it was well, it's Friday now, but it was Thursday night. That means movie night. Hopefully, it was a good one. So Hecatone, we've got this is Spacescape number 3. This was number 1. This was number 2. Right here. So that's 2. That's 1, and we've got one more on the way. So we're going to be taking this one, and we are going to be well, doing kind of like what we've got sitting down there. And of course, we have our fabulous Wapelius Spellbrush figure. I've already sculpted a new one. So yeah, we got another new Wapelius Spellbrush figure coming there. So everybody check out the Discord links there. The Hecatone just posted. And again, everybody please give Hecatone a follow. So great to see you there, Hecatone. Now, actually, you're going to be streaming later tonight there, Hecatone? Let's see. Well, that's it. I know you have a lot going on there, too, Landrast. Actually, Landrast, I just printed out the last piece of the Conquest Creations, essentially the Palace of Minas Tirith. You know, that one that's right behind the fountain court there. That is now printed. Well, I mean, it was printing the last piece as I was starting the stream here. I think that might actually be done now. So yeah, that's it's so much easier printing out the Conquest Creation stuff. Again, maybe you could consider it a little more simplistic, but it's a heck of a lot easier to print out. And now that I've got the Fountain Court Guard painted, and I've got the little diorama thing that goes with it with the white tree, now pretty soon you'll be seeing pictures of all that together. Here, you know, I'm going to soften that edge of more. Look at that, more edge contrast, Velfira. More edge contrast. Now I think it's time for some spatter stars, which means Spatterstar Galactica will be in action here. One second, let me get my spatter brush again here. So everybody please give Hecatone a follow. Some really, really super fabulous miniatures there. Again, but check out those Discord. They're all Discord links. Yeah, those are Discord links. Alright, I'm just gonna, here, let me spatter out some of that. Come on, there we go. A little bit of Spatterstar Galactica. And should it be too heavy in some areas or something like that, we will blink those stars out of existence, because that's what we can do here with the power of the oils. So over here, where we say, you know what? These poor guys over here, blammo. They're gone. They're toast. Never to be seen again. That's the end of them. That's how we do our spatter stars on our spatter star Galactica there. Same way. It's also the same way. Where's our... Here we go. It is the exact same way we would... Oh, spatter mud. There you go. Look at that. Mud spatters. It's the same concept there. No different. Alright, see you in a bit there, Surface Tension. Thanks for being here. And again, if we don't see you before, well, we'll be seeing you on your Saturday, of course. It'll be that time soon enough. Get rid of that. Something lighter now. So let's see, it's 2:26. We got 20-ish minutes, yeah, about 20 minutes or so to spend on this one before we move on and advance to Spacescape number 4. We do not linger, we do not dawdle. We attack, attack, attack. We move on to the next thing. Thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. So again, happy little planetoid there. Happy little, maybe little tiny moon here, something like that. And again, last week's was a little bit of a different flavor color-wise. We also had the Fingers of Creation right there. And a whole different type of a color scheme going on with these guys. Let's see, this is group number 6. Yes, we will. By the time we're done tonight, we will have 24 Spacescapes. Essentially 6 sets of 4. Because that's just how we roll here. Now let's start doing something here. And let me move these. There we go. On Mr. Star over here. Like we've been doing on all of our other ones. Let's have it going this way now. Also, we're going to soften the edge of that a little bit. There we go. And then we're going to yank this out a little either way, either side here. Little spectral effect there, little lens flare. Because reasons. Now we need to get ourselves some lighter stuff on said clouds here. Alright, starting to take advantage of that here. Let's get some little lighter bits on our landscape down here. So again, this kind of stuff, this is what we were doing in our Argonaut painting, if you remember that. So we're gonna have a little extra stuff going on down here to try and bring this forward. Right, by having little craggy details here, softer edges back there. You know what, let me reinforce some of our spatter stars here first before we do that down there. So again, where we've wiped some of the stars out of existence, we will now create new ones, because that's how powerful the oils are. They can literally create entire new star systems and worlds. We are not content with happy little mountains, trees, and birds here. We go big or we go home. We go for entire star systems, galaxies, galaxy clusters. I mean, even this, it's merely just a happy little mountain range, but it is again part of a star system. So we're starting to break this up into smaller and smaller pieces, getting that same little. Where's our other one here? So like we did here on the clouds, where that goes on, and then we have the chain of highlights there. That's the same kind of thing that we would do on armor, right? The same sort of thing we would do there. And it's the same deal here. We have this, and we have a chain of lights that's going to come down right through there. Again, breaking this up into smaller and smaller bits. But much like our miniatures, right, we did kind of the bulk auric first, and then we kind of get into this sort of stuff here. No, we're not going to lead off with this. This happens later in the process. Now Landrest, I was able to figure out how to do the screen capture thing and film that video. So that is the first of our Eldritch Foundry workshop type videos. There will certainly be one of those associated with an army painting series. We just have to figure, okay, what kind of a faction can we create there and then turn it into an army painting series. Who knows, might even go sci-fi, actually. It does have some sci-fi stuff. You know what, I'm going to do this. Yep, again, to kind of indicate that this light's going to come in right down through this valley here, maybe. There we are. And then something along, again, that ridge line there. So this is, and in many ways, this is starting to look like our Argonauth painting there. So yeah, Hecatone, again, thanks for sharing those. For sure. And again, everybody please give Hecatone a follow. Well, and I just hope that everything, just in general, their Hecatone also is going fantastic. In addition to all the other stuff here, we continue to do all those home repair projects. Those are eternal and always continuing. There was more sidewalk work today. There will probably be more tomorrow. Sandwiched in between the 5.88 mile hike to the post office. Alright, there we are. That's it. Now on stream tomorrow, I'm going to try to have it be the first of our, what is that? Oh, first of our War Crow figures. Thanks, Hecatol. Appreciate that. Bingo. Like I said, we create ourselves another new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Oh, we also have Boromir on horseback. So this was the Aragorn on horseback that we did, I think it was last week. We also have the Boromir version with the white banner. So, Landrest, I was trying to assemble some of those new Conquest figures, that sort of Japanese type faction there, with the Onis and stuff. And these guys, they're basically just hollowed out whatever. I have no idea how they're supposed to go together. You would have thought that the instructions would get better as the figures are newer. These are unintelligible. They make no sense whatsoever. So I'm fairly certain that if it's even put together in anything that goes together, it's probably not quite right either. So yeah, those are going to be very difficult. I ain't going to be seeing those anytime soon. I thought that was something I could have ready maybe for next week, next week's set of streams, but I don't think so. So yeah, Landrast, needless to say, we tried out a few little unusual permutations on the Wapelius Spellbrush figure. There might be some interesting screen captures in there, Landrast. So again, here we're just going to do a little bit of see, we get those stars in there. Now we have a little bit more of our reflected light there on the back side. Here, let me do maybe a little more of that. Let me see what happens. We got our manganese blue hue. Is that going to be too light? I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so. No, well, those don't go there. Let's get rid of. Let's blink these stars out of existence because they're like right in the middle of our landscape here. Those go. Those do no. We don't want them around. Gonna get rid of those guys. Almost like another little teeny valley over there too. Just about there, Landrast. Just about. Well, when you change the outfits on it, Landra, it does basically take away all the clothes before it puts clothes back on there. So I guess you could say, yeah, technically there is. Alright, so there's again a little bit of our edge right there for our mountainscape. It is so funny. This is so much like our lonely mountain painting that we did. Oh yeah, let's get rid of those. Look at that. We just use our thumb with entire star systems. Look, they 3 star systems didn't even match the size of our thumb. That is again the power of the oil paints here. That whole star systems don't even equal the size of one of our fingers. Now over on this side, let's get a little sharper edge also. We need to have a little more of our surface details on there, aka some kind of a either clouds or crags, one or the other. Most likely this is looking a little bit more like crags, I would say. So this is your reflected light over here. And you can see this all the time. You look at the moon, right? You will see reflected light that looks like that. Now, I think somehow, let me just do this super quick here. I think one of our brushes ended up in a place it wasn't supposed to be. Okay, that's better. Take this guy. Some darker, again, some kind of darker details in here to maybe hint at more shapes in there. Maybe again, some kind of craters, whatever. Take our blending brush to it, just kind of stipple away. So we are sitting now 2 hours 39 minutes in, so about 10 more minutes or so. We'll break out another one of our Spacescapes. We'll do some stuff on that and create a whole new world or set of worlds. I mean, why just stop at creating one world? We can create whole entire sets of worlds. Again, what is started out as our Flat Thursday challenge is now a fabulous Friday free-for-all of Spacescape goodness. Oh yeah, let's definitely come into here with some more dark. Gonna grab Mr. Not Filbert brush, it's one of our flat brushes there. See that again, that's more and more little teensy details in there. That is going to yank this forward. It's going to set that thing backwards, just like our film noir showed. Film noir dictates that edge contrast becomes a massive thing when you take away all the color like so. So again, that sky doesn't look like much of anything right now. And it sure sets way back in the distance because look at all these sharp edges there on our landscape in the foreground, away back to the color here, and there you go. So all of a sudden now we have warm greens, cool greens, we have some blues, some teals, still got the hard edges, still got light and dark, but of course, as always, contrast is more than just light versus dark, right? So say it, the Book of Wapple. More of our bits of dark in here. Also there. Enough with that. Well, that wasn't the worst thing there. No, that's not so bad actually. Maybe that is what I needed over there. Get some more little smaller details as we get closer and closer to where the kind of the viewer's perspective is. So yeah, first of these with some little craggy stuff. Now as we look at our last one here, oh, this will be the one that would go in the upper left-hand corner. Which one is this? 3? Okay. Oh, look at that. Now this one, it would be very difficult to have it like normally you say, composition you can have any old way. This would be a little bit difficult right here. That would be like some kind of a comet or something like that, where you're just kind of upside down. So we've changed that just a smidge. Now here again, we'll see what we want to do with this here. I think we'll do another one of our small little planets in there too. Here, let me get that over here. Do we have one of the planets kind of eclipsing one of our stars again? Maybe something like this here. Get more little teensy tiny rocks, details, whatevs in there. Now, Landris, was that another one of those really long movies, or was it reasonable as far as its running time? Because some of those movies, they pack 3 minutes of action into a 4-hour movie. They take let me make sure we get some of the light out of this brush here. There we go. Well, you've seen many more of that kind of thing than I have, because you see a heck of a lot more movies than I do, which is, well, none. I do believe, let's see, when's the last time, I think it was still probably 2018 or 2019, I think was the last, 2018 or 19, last time I was in a movie theater. That's getting to be closer to 10 years ago now. Man. Let me Spread that out a little bit more. That sounds like nap time there, Landrast. Yeah, that sounds like a nap time. Well, actually, Camden, with Skynet, we can make our own movies anyways. Who needs movies when we can make our own? We're already making our own music, right, Camden? We don't need radio or anything like that anymore. We just make our own. And try to lighten this up a little more here, right next to the star. Spread that out a little more. There we go. Okay, that's doing its thing now. They sure do, Camda. They sure do. Alright, now we're just in a couple of minutes here. We're going to grab ourselves another one of our Spacescapes. And we're going to be doing, again, a whole other thing here on this. So this used to look like that. And now it doesn't. And these raw materials, like here, one of my latest videos on the Patreon page kind of showed you how to get to at least this point. We were messing around with a whole variety of inks. I think I tested 4 different types of inks there. And 2 different airbrushes too, while we were at it, using the Galeri compressor. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Galeri thing that you got there, Recoil. I'm sure that's going to be really, really fantastic and super helpful. Sorry, Rico, I forgot all about it. It's been kind of a day, Rico. I'll shoot you a message after the stream about that. And then, of course, well, Camden knows we were also doing tax things today, which also is interesting in a special way, right, Camden? That was way too much paint on that brush. We get rid of some of it. There we go. Cheers there, Recoil. Let me catch a little more edge. Yeah, that's better. Right in there. Okay, so I'm going to say it's time to move on. Spacescape number 4. There we go. Spacescape number 4. We are going to. Oh, good. Wait. I do have my green out here. And again, this is the Williamsburg, basically Williamsburg Indigo, only it's Payne's Gray. And when I want to see if I can do. It's going to take a long time to scroll on down here, but this is the Spacescape. Did I already go past that one there? I guess I did already go past that Spacescape. 1 second here. It's been so long since I've looked at some of the. Okay, that's a landscape there. Where's my. Oh, nope. I thought I had it. I thought I had it there. Nope, that's the arch villain stuff. Nope. Oh, there it is. Finally found it. So, on the left hand side there, I'm going to try and do a little something like what's up in the sky there. Let's try and do something like that. And then maybe a little bit of a gassy giant. Again, the giant that maybe drinks a little bit too, or has a little bit too much of the, what would that be? Yeah, a little too much of the chocolate covered raisins there. Don't do that. 1 second here. We gotta do a little bit of a cleanup there. Okay, that is there. That's more like it. Let me separate these real quick. I gotta go somewhere else, like there. That's going to cross right in front of said star. And then we're going to do something like this here. Let's get a little bit of our thinner on that. More of our phthalo green. Okay. So a little different shape maybe to some of our nebula stuff here than what we've done on some of our other ones. We'll do a little bit of scrumble action there. And now we're going to maybe have this here. I'm going to just take some thinner there straight away. Is this one upside down? That one's that's going to be right side up. Alright, we got something like this. We're going to have to let that set for a few. Take this. Where's my oxide? Some of our yellow there. That's a little too warm. A little bit too warm. Let me try something like this here. There we go. Change that around real quick. Boom. Real quick. Okay, we're going to scumble this around. Maybe lighten this up over here, possibly. Some of our phthalo green into that. There. Down over here into our corner. Again, just scrumble that a little bit. A small, where's my, there's my little guy. Some of our radiant, and a little bit of our phthalo green in there too. Back to our blending brush. I'll use maybe this guy here. Okay, so we're gonna go something like this. Maybe some of our yellow onto that. More of a, looking for more of a bluish tint here. I'm going to use that to soften some of those. Where'd my blue go again here? Taking some of this. Into here. Manganese blue. Nope. More of the manganese blue. Also, some of our green. More of that over here. And now let's go darker. Here. And then we'll connect these. There we go. That's more what we wanted. Back to a blending brush here. Where did my... Ooh, let's get that stuff out of there. We don't want that sitting on there. Maybe a little bit of radiant green into our frosty blue. Somewheres. Ah, this one. There you are. Maybe another. Just go like this. Bring that further down here. And then up this way a little. Blinking yet another planet into existence. Because that's what we do here. Have that spread around it a little. Like that. And then maybe here we'll have a... No, I don't think we want to do the spectral effect on that. We'll just leave that off of there this time, I think. Soften up some of those other edges there. And now maybe we'll start to do some lightening of our clouds around it here. Unless we don't really like that too much, and we'll just take our brush here that has a bunch of darker stuff on it. And we say, nah, we're going to do this instead. Look at that, making changes. Because we can do that. Where'd my... Ah, that's the one I'm looking for. That is the one we wanted. And now we're going to have our little clouds work their way around this way. I think that should be darker in the corner there. connections. There's a lot of we're able to do a lot of wet blending there because there's some paint on there that we can mix with for sure. We'll take this once again to just sort of soften some of this stuff. Maybe where things get a little too complex, we simplify some stuff. That's fantastic there, Erid. Hopefully all the dogs are now situated and all happy. I'm not sure if it's getting to be time for more doggy treats to do a stream making more of those. I'm sure they would totally hate that, wouldn't they, Erid? They would absolutely hate another stream of the yummy dog treats. I take even more thinner here. Either that or we just kind of let that have a chance to set there. But we'll lighten this up here. We'll have to get more of our fast matte white out here. Now again, we've crossed the 3-hour mark. And what we want to do is, keep rolling with this, of course, but then we want to go back to our other ones, which have had time to set. So again, this paint here is going to need time to set. Let me get the blue over there. Manganese blue up into here. There's my Prussian blue. That will go around this. We're going to try and knock that down some more even. Here again, with more of our manganese blue hue. We've got ourselves a blending brush that we can use to, guess what, take some of that away, tone it down, scum below the edges on that. So that looks very much softer, does it not? Ah, okay. Back to my dark again here. Let me throw a little bit of thinner on that. Little bit of thinner there. That's gonna, again, spider out here this way. More. Dark again. Yeah, now this is not quite as, we're not having to quite scrape the brush as much as before. Why? Because, well, we have a whole bunch of paint there already that we can play around with. It's not typically what we've had on some of the other ones. Now we'll try and do even more little wispy things here. Maybe that was a little too much of the light there. More of our dark there. Yep, more dark down here. Phthalo green. Might just scrub all this together. I was almost thinking about doing our spatter stirs, but I think we're not going to do that just yet. We got too much blendy stuff going on here to do that just yet. Scrubbing away at that again, creating some of those softer, kind of removing some of the brush strokes too. Back to this brush here, 1 second. Where did that one go? Taking some of my phthalo green and some of that yellow together. We'll warm up some of these areas, tiny little bit. Like that. Yeah, I'm going to take that out too. Not quite that light there. A little bit less of the lighter green. I mean, a little bit of the sky blue in there. Something like this. We'll need to get some of our much later star stuff in. Where's my, I'll use this guy maybe here. Start working in some of our stars and starry type stuff. Let's make that lighter there. A lot later. We're starting to run out of some of our little blending type brushes there. Just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. We'll have to get some more of our fast matte white out here for sure. And we'll get our little lens flare going here. Trying to work our way through the darker stuff like that. There we go. Get rid of this. Take some more of our dark here. We'll go with something over here maybe. Let's try this. So there's another one of our little planets that we're going to do. I will take some of this darker stuff down over here on the planet there. to make that. There we are. Yeah, that needed to have a little more dark up there for sure. Now, underside of this, we'll get the same treatment. Yeah, there we go. Of course, star there. Light cast here. Grab this as a blending brush, maybe. Super quick like, there we go. Okay. We'll find some more of our lights along this surface here. Strengthen that edge. Then we might do some of our spatter stars. Our final round of spatter stars. Before we throw out then again another round of our faster matter white again. Very different with that foreground there. Oh yeah, very different. Spatter brush here. You know, I think I might just need to put some out here anyways. Okay, I'm gonna put some of our white back out here. Enough thinner to break it down, but not too much. And then here is some spatters now. Get that going out here. Like you do. Okay. Again, there's some spatters for us. And I think here is, we got too many of those. Uh-oh. Look at that. We're gonna supernova all of those. Blam. Out they go. That was really difficult. Man, that was stressful. That took a lot of work there. Now over here on the shadow side of this, like something like that. Yeah, we'll do some more stuff on that too. We're just figuring things out right now. Just seeing what happens. I'm gonna need more of my green into that. So more of a bluish tone up there. Maybe leak some of that down into here too. Like over here. And if we lose some of our little stars there, we'll bring those back. Hopefully so, Grand Oracle. I mean, it should. It really does. It does a lot of neat things for sure. We've definitely done a lot of that with our various vehicles workshop series. We actually even did get to do spatter stars on one of them. That was that Eldar tank. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I have to look one more time, see if there is still any kind of fabulous paint sale going on, and one on the brushes too. And then the brushes over on Dick Blick. I have no idea. It's been a while now since I last looked there. Phthalo green. Some of our Payne's gray. That cut in front of the store a little bit more there. Yeah, well, that I wonder. I guess, do you say back to school, fall sale? What would you say, Grander? I guess that's what it is. I mean, I'm not going to complain. Not going to complain, that's for sure. Let's just scumble that a little bit, and then we're going to create ourselves a bit more of a. Same here. We're going to cut into some of these some more. And this is kind of this is what I used to do more with, say, like the watercolor landscapes there. But Grand Oracle, I couldn't tell you the last time I kind of went on a, say, a scouting mission into the Williamsburg realm there just to see, knowing what we know now. And of course, since they have the fabulous color info, right, to look at that and say, you know what, based on this or this, maybe this would be a helpful thing for doing this effect or something like that. It's been a long time. No, 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 no. Let's get this darker green in there. Something like that. So yeah, Grand Oracle. If anything, the 18-0 liners, because well, I need them, and then well, we're gonna need them for that class that we're doing at Adepticon. So I guess we better get those while the getting's good, right, Grand Oracle? Because it won't always be. It won't stay that way. So again, that's some of our greens, some of the Williamsburg. Speaking of Williamsburg, Payne's gray. Yeah, I'm gonna cross a little more over that here with our. Okay, now we're getting there. I'm gonna I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get me some more dark down in there, and then some of my green. Almost a little bit like some mini little pillars of creation down there. Nice to see you there, Revelis. Happy Friday morning. Was it 2:45 here? Yep, 2:45 in the morning here. So again, we let's see, we're at 3 hours, 20 minutes in here. That's yeah, okay. Boy, Grand Oracle, it was only 4 hours and 30 cents or something like that. It was 4 hours and 60 cents. It was almost a dollar less. I guess I should have gotten more then, right, Grand Oracle? However, between now and Adepticon next year, there should be, I guess, would you call it a Black Friday sale? I don't. Do they even call it that, Grand Oracle? I don't think so. So Rivless, do you have one of those water traps there? Because that actually is very effective at capturing water in the line. I know I've had those on the Badger airbrush or airbrush compressors. Yeah, that can be effective. What am I again? Can I just kind of went for a little ride down here? I have no idea where it went off to. So we'll just have to roll a different way here. So let me just get that out of this little beat up crafty brush here. Let us take some of this and some of this. Then now we're going to try to do a little bit of this here. Some of our clouds. So again, this is Spacescape number 4 now. Spacescape number 4. Another set of our Spacescapes. Now again, if I don't get a chance to create another bit of raw materials for this, we'll just do another, maybe a Spacescape of Middle Earth or a Landscape of Middle Earth, because I don't have any more of those. They're all gone. So yes, who knows, you might be seeing the Landscape of Middle Earth next week. That will all depend on what we can get prepared. No, 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 no. Let me use a little bit more of my yellow there. Couple little extra lights in there. Let me go back to this maybe. Our later green there. So sorry, that's the timing that's not working out too well for you there, Revlis. Hopefully that won't delay you too much on whatever projects. Ah, there you are. It's like, where did that thing go? On either side of it there. There we go. Now we're getting some really light stuff. And then into our little spectral effect on our star. I need me. You know, I'm just gonna give me a new blending brush here. See you later, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. That we'll see you in the next stream there. We'll see you on Friday there, Grand Oracle. Well, later today, because it's already that time. I know it was a busy time with the scout stuff there. Glad you were able to survive yet another round of scout stuff there, Grand Oracle. Alright, that's enough, I think, of our brighter. Yeah, that's enough of our brighter star stuff there. Let me see what we can do over here to get those highlights going on the planet's edge. Like that. And I'm going to run all the way along here. this. Mm, blending. Yeah, we'll use you. Do that again. Get rid of that spatter star right there. Let's get that harder edge there. All of these little softer edges, right? Those start to minimize. Speaking of edges, we are going to make this not just lighter, but also some harder edges along that. Oh, well, that should be interesting there, Revless. Now, are you going to be doing that as part of a diorama, or is it just going to be individual? Yeah, we kind of have like the little bit of landscape around it, one of those collapsed walls or something. Okay, there we go. So again, now we got a little something more going on with him. How's about we lighten up you a bit more? Yeah, I might even do the little bit of star, a little bit of the spectral effect. And that was my new blending brush here. Let's actually have it in our hand. It works better. Huge surprise. And there we go. So we got another little spectral effect going on over there. Now we're going to do some of our little extra stars out here. Yeah, let's get a couple more of them down in here as well. No problem there, Revless. I mean, well, you do what you can. You do what the funds will support. And one nice thing about, say, something like the 1/72nd scale being a little bit smaller, if you want to go do a diorama or something like that, you don't have to, it's not like a 1/35th scale where you need yourself a heck of a board to contain everything. Okay, let's redo this again. Since we decided to stick our finger into that. Again, there's a bit more stuff here as far as as far as paint goes, because well, we were making some changes there. We made a big change from what that. Some of these have had some of like the most hefty changes on them as well. Here, let me maybe get rid of some of the paint that's also on me here. That is definitely, well, just like was N scale. That's right. I was always fascinated with N scale trains because you could do lots of like mountains and other trestles and all that kind of stuff, but you didn't need a board that was 100 feet wide. There was that. That might be getting a little too late down on that. It's not too much there. What we got here? That's the brush. Maybe I'm gonna grab you and some of you. And this is what we do. Almost like a little teensy bit of kind of pillars of creation down here. There's a little hint of something like that. Not a ton. So so basically, Camden, was it a kind of a, well, that's too bad essentially? Well, Camden, I mean, obviously I was joking about the whole put it in another tube, but that might be one way, Camden, to try and preserve that is to put it in another tube there. Well, Rivers, again, I'm glad you got, at least you got something that you can work with there. Who knows, you can always try and put that in a diorama later on, maybe when funds allow. So yeah, sorry about that, Camda. That definitely does not sound like they would like you to come back and spend another $60 on another tube of paint, right? I could see that working, Camda, because I mean it's not like you're not gonna be flexing that area a whole bunch, right? That's if it was further up, that would be an issue. But it's not, so I could see that for sure working out well there, Camda. That should be rather ingenious. Again, well, Camden, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead, of course. I know it's been a little while. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Camda's going to be streaming pretty soon again. So again, we got more of our yellowish green going on in there. I might try to bring it a little bit more here. Yeah, here, let's okay, we want that little chain of lights coming across the planet's surface here. That's what we're doing back over here. That becomes a little bit more of a dry brush as we get back there. That's great. I can't, well, I can't really do much. Well, I can't wait to see that after the stream there, Rico. Sorry, I can't show it on stream right now. There's actually two paintings sitting on top of the phone. Because that was the only place to put them. Otherwise, sorry, Rico, I'd show them right now. Also, too, well, there's a little bit too much paint on my hand for phone grabbing there, recoil. Sorry about that, but I can't wait to see them. And that's a very appropriate name there, recoil, because there was a stuffed animal here that we called him. We actually called him Chomps there, recoil. So that's a super appropriate name. Well, actually, I can at least maybe I can see him myself over here. 1 second. We have to refresh that. Oh, thanks, Rico. Yeah. Let me see. Actually, oh, Rico, it's kind of funny. I was expecting a GPT image, and I was about to say, wait a minute. All I see are Eldritch Foundry images. That's pretty hilarious there, Rico. Yeah, I just completely spaced. See what I did there on the whole concept that it would be. Oh, that's not. There we go. Okay. It is kind of wild, right? Recoil, how you can have like the basically the gator, or sorry, the crocodile feet still sticking through the shoes. That was something I talked about in the video, where it's just like it can be sort of an annoying thing, that you have to look out for, and other times it can be an opportunity like that, right? Recoil. That is really fantastic. So thanks for doing that recoil. Well, let me see, Revlis. I would say if it's pre 1943, it is definitely going to be Dunkelgrau. Once you get into 44, that's when you're getting into some different stuff. Also, too, it depends where is this? Where's the vehicle going to be? Is it going to be on the eastern front? Is it going to be in the med? Where is the vehicle at? That's going to determine also what if it was Dunkelgrau or not. But if it's not a Panzer II Lux, it's most likely going to be Dunkelgrau. But of course, Dunkelgrau, the whole point of that was it would just basically take on whatever the colors of the local neighborhood were. So yeah, your typical, well, say something like a German vehicle in the desert, that was going to be more like a Dunkelgelb. So yeah, a little bit of Dunkelgelb there. Again, that's kind of the start of your, say, ambush camo or something like that. Same thing. Let me do some of that up in here. Now, of course, I believe case yellow, that is fall gelb. And then, of course, you had case blue, that was Operation Citadel there, that led to your Kursk. And I do believe that was fall blau. And then, of course, Sea Lion was Zelo. Good old Operation Sea Lion. But I have a feeling after this next go round, after this Monday, I think we're going to be going back to our 1800 scale ship. Speaking of Dunkelgrau, yeah, I think we're going to be getting back to our 1800 scale ships. Yeah, no problem there, Revlis. Good approach there. So I'm not sure what that is actually, Camden. My apologies. If that's the new Atlas rocket or something like that, I don't think I've seen anything there. Okay, what is going on here? Let's. Okay, it's telling me right in the middle of the stream that Windows 10 will no longer be serviced. That's fantastic. All of a sudden, my screen went white, and I'm like, "What the heck just happened here?" This is getting way beyond annoying, right, Armored Wolf? That is definitely getting massively annoying. Let me do this over here. Yep. No, that doesn't go like that. Let's get rid of some of that there. Now we got about maybe 10-ish minutes on this one, and then we start going back to our other ones, and we're gonna start. If anything, we're gonna kind of do final lightening of the stars and other surfaces like that. I'm gonna take that all. Yeah, let's do a little more of our right along here, all the way down, and then that's it for there. So I see we kind of put a little bit more of some kind of cloud type stuff in there too. Now let's go up here. Is this gonna be too light? I don't think so. We're just gonna get ourselves some reflected light, some shapes in there. That's a little too late. Let's back off of that. Okay, look at my hand. I got two fingers on the brush also. Again, hashtag caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Now, hopefully you'll be able to snag some bargains there, Revlets. You never know. Again, sometimes there's fabulous sales, or you find an outlet where it just happens to be cheaper, whatever. Okay, so there we go. We got that on that little planet right there. So it's always kind of fun having our planets lit from different directions. Maybe working again back to a little bit of our dark here. Some of the later stuff got a little weird. Little bit strange. Again, that's an interesting little. That's an interesting modification by the autocorrect monster, wouldn't you say, Camda? That is unusual. Alright, yeah, let's pull that up here a little bit more. Now, those are almost both the same size. Let me take some of that away. There we. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. So what I'm going to do now, again, we're going to set this one off to the side. We want to have some of that stuff a chance to set. Let's put you over here. We will grab this one here, and let's start doing some lighter stuff on this one too. Where's my... Where is my brush that... Oh, it was this one. Never mind. Ignore that person on the camera. Now, here on our little snow and icy things, this should really be a... I think one of these was a Chelsea Bonistel canned. I'm pretty sure he did. It might have actually been. I forget which moon. It might have been a Saturn. Maybe it was one of the Jovian moons. I'm not sure. But it was a Chelsea Bonistel there. Thanks, Cam. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I've been wanting to do one of these for like maybe the last two sessions or something like that, Cam. I was glad this one kind of afforded me the chance to do it. So Cam, actually, it was a Patreon video, I think, and it was basically a landscape of Middle Earth. It was the Lonely Mountain. It was the very first landscape of Middle Earth, and that's kind of where it all started, Camda. It was really just supposed to be like, okay, we need to do a regular painting, And that kind of gave birth eventually to all of the landscapes of Middle Earth. That really makes no sense, right, Camden? Because, I mean, the more likely usage of that is going to be Bob Ross and not Bib Ross. Maybe that's his cousin. Well, that's his less known. Yeah, Camden. He was in the Charcoals. No, that was a chef. Yeah, so Bob Ross was a much more successful artist than Bib Ross was a chef who basically he tried to open up a rib joint and it just was not successful because it was too messy and people didn't like wearing those bibs because he named them after himself. Here, trying to get more of our nice, really light lights in here. Now over here, we're gonna get ourselves a little bit of the blue in the background. Let me get rid of all of this Payne's gray and phthalo green out of that brush. Again, this is one of those little cheap, uh, not filbert brushes. There we go. Okay. So again, that's kind of our. It's sort of like the shadow color on our planet there, right? But now it is. There we go. That's we need a little connection over there too. So again, a little reflected light on our mountains. So yeah, we'll have to certainly do this on another one of our spacescapes here. Is to have the little landscape like this here, like that. Okay, so there we got that now. Good to roll. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Oh, geez, we could use some of this too, Recoil, for staying awake. Thanks, Recoil. And thank you so much, Mom, and also Squeak. Much appreciated. Yeah, definitely use that. Because, well, we might, now with all this stuff that was just printed over the last, what, 2.5 weeks, we might need some more of our fabulous, again, those acrylic paint cans. I still can't believe it, Recoil. When I did use like that kind of regular spray primer thing outside with all kinds of circulation with the mask on, and I could smell all that versus these other things. These, I almost said Winsor Newton, but these Liquitex spray cans, it's unbelievable. Okay, so there we go. We've got our kind of reflected light on the mountains there. All right, let's set you aside. Is this this is one of our current ones here. Let's get some of our. I think we already did do a lot of our latest lights, but we're gonna do some more here just to make sure. Just to make sure. There we are. Now, Recoil, have you done much with the like the height of the figures there? Because that was the only time I've really used the height thing is for the different football players. Obviously, I want well, it would be like a ruckman, right? You would want him to be taller and not like a small forward or something. So yeah, that evil rattle can primer, right? Recoil, woo, it is that nasty stuff. Definitely not a fan of that, right? Recoil. So yeah, we're trying to get a little bit of edgy stuff going on there. Maybe a little bit more on our planet over here. After we hit that star. even lighter. Oh, so you know what? Let's get a couple little stars super close to our planet there. Geez, actually, oh, that's something I could experiment too, Riga, with I don't know if you can make the head really that much bigger. You can sort of make it bigger, but not like insanely gigantic, right? Like the big giant mascot heads. Actually, Recoil, remind me to shoot them some messages about things that we would like to see included because I have a feeling, Recoil, if we do enough stuff and we ask real nice, like super sad with the puppy dog eyes and all that, maybe they might acquiesce and maybe make us some special tools. Who knows? Recoil. Maybe they. Oh, a spaceship. Oh, there we go. Something for making spaceships. I don't know if that's something they would want to delve into because obviously it doesn't really mesh in with, say, just all the stuff they have for humanoid figures. I don't know, Rico. Maybe I should ask him about. Maybe I should ask him about that and see if they might be willing to. We can only ask, right, Recoil? We can just ask. Let me do this. I think it really doesn't make any sense to ask him about that till we know even more about how everything works. And then we can kind of say, okay, well, based on, we've tried doing this, this, and this, and actually maybe a tool like this, is it possible? Or you can say, well, I could see how that kind of tool could be difficult to integrate with all the other tools with how they work. Is definitely no until you say something, right, Recoil? Now we'll leave you the way we'll leave you the way you are. I'm gonna try and sneak a little more of some teensy little cloud things on this right here. So that's definitely getting a whole lot lighter right there. All right, we're doing this now. Some of that. I think we've got our chain of lights going along our little planet here. I might do a tiny bit more of our light up there, just so, yeah, a little bit more. That makes sense there. That works. Good to go. More of our light this way here. More stars up right up against our planet there. All right, let me set this off to the side. And I think this was our very first one. This should really be set. Oh yeah, that's very much set. I don't know if there's a whole lot that we need to do with our really, really light stuff, except maybe around our star here. Let's hit this now again. Same there, and then maybe again some lights on our clouds there. More, yeah, there we go. So we've been doing a lot more of these smaller cloud type things on the. I think part of it is because of the starting point, right? Starting point is a little bit different. Not with the ghost tints and stuff. So, ooh, yeah, more of our sky blue in that. So that's a little bit rougher down there. We're going to kind of get, yeah, we need to refine this a little more here too. That's all right. We can do that. What's funny, recoil is I think the only other, well, during the spoiler alert, during the video that I was filming, I clicked on the basically like Cthulhu. So we've talked about how we are the true elder gods, and those Cthulhu gods or whatever, those are just little youngsters. So actually, I turned myself into a like a Cthulhu type of a character there. So that's the first time I've actually used the non-human. I just realized that recoil. That was like the very first time I created a non-human type character. Then I think I did an orc, I did a goblin. Oh, and actually, Rico, I did find out that you can have it's the same thing, the same baby dragon, but you can have a dragon on the base too. And then there is kind of a little, almost like a little gargoyle type guy. So we could have maybe different versions of CAD. Either that, or we have one of them be a gold dragon and one of them be a bronze dragon, and we do different non-metallic metals in our dragons, our baby dragons, that is. Unless we have a Draconid hobbit that's called Bilbo Dragons. Now that'll be a little baby dragon there. Okay, we got our 3 stars arranged. Like so, I think we got a little something more in there now. That's looking a little more nifty there. All right, there we are. You know what? I need me a little tint blending brush. Maybe I'll just use this. This might just be enough. Yep, that is. There's a little raggedy there. Little right now we've softened that up for sure. Again, all of this stuff, but you saw how easy it came off, right? Again, just with a little bit of the dish soap and everything. Now I'm going to go back to the one we were working on, right? So this is number 4. Remember, we were saying we wanted to give this a little time for stuff to set, and I do believe things have now had a chance to set. I would like to maybe do some darker things here in these, yeah, right in here. And that also is going to be kind of a dry brush there. Maybe a little thinner in there, but not a bunch. Not a bunch of it. So again, you can see we're getting some dark through there. Up here. Over here. Fine, we'll take out that little star there. Whatever. So this again is the fabulous Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which is effectively kind of like indigo from Winsor Newton. This will dry ultra matte. That's the one reason why I really like it. You know, I'm just going to darken this down over there. Maybe that too. Oh yeah, that works. I like that plan. And look at this. Now we have hit hour 4, so we're right on schedule. We are right on schedule here. We wanted hour 4, right, to be going back in and picking up whatever details or kind of latest lights. That was what we wanted to do again with the paint having a chance to set. It was easier to do all this stuff. Has been easier because we gave this about 20-ish minutes to again have a chance to set. It's not dry, not even close to dry. That's not the point. The idea is that we gave it a chance, kind of like if you're working, say, with green stuff, where it's not fully cured yet, right? It's still got a little rubberiness, but you can't actually sculpt with it anymore. That's kind of that's what we mean by set. Different meaning, again, not dry. No, no, no. Leave that. Actually, you know what? I might even me soften that up a little. We're gonna do some blending here. Let's do that. Okay, we just got the 2 fingers on the brush. That is it. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Where's my brush here? Let's speaking of some lighter lights, how about some lighter, some more little small stars back here? Let's do that. Around our little planet over here. Makes sense. Like this. So I wish I don't really have them easily available here, but we've got I think it was 4 of the War Crow figures. They're all huge surprise. They're all cavalry. Well, actually, I was going to say, when's the last time we had cavalry on the channel here? I know exactly when. That was Aragorn here. So it's well, we can't go a week without some kind of cavalry fix. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think that is going to be our more figure for tomorrow, and then maybe Saturday. And we'll see how it works out. Do I have the... Oh, I got him here. So it might actually be one of... Oh, one of these guys here. There we go. Northern tribes... Oh, Warg Riders. It's almost like it's Lord of the Rings. But yeah, there we go. Warg Riders. Well, they're going to be... they'll certainly have some snowy stuff going on their bases. Isocles, maybe. I don't think I'm going to put any casualties on the bases just because, well, I think they're fine with the 3D printed bits on the base, but probably not maybe miniatures from other lines. That might be a bridge too far. You know what? I'm going to do this. A little thinner to resurrect that, and then we're going to maybe do something like this. Again, look at that. I just got the 2 fingers on the brush. That's it. That's all. Just those 2 fingers. Hopefully that's gonna work out. Let me grab this brush. Let's try and get some of that. A little something lighter here. even use you to do a little bit of blending for that. Where are we at? Here we are down here. Let me take that. More of that lighter greenish color, say in here. Yeah, there's another kind of hard edge right there. We're gonna get some of that taken away. So yeah, this one here might have had the most wet into wet blending of all of our Spacescapes so far. I mean, even going back to some of our Spacescapes of Middle Earth. And again, maybe we do one of those. But in a slightly different way. So instead of kind of drawing it from scratch, maybe I just have some splashes of this stuff already on the surface, and we just sort of manipulate it from there. See you later there, Irid. Have you ever, Irid, if you want to post your stuff one more time in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Well, now that would be interesting because we wouldn't have that watercolory start to it now, would we? It would be the massive dry brush start to it. I don't know. That sounds like an experiment that has to happen, right? Recoil. So yeah, we'll just we'll spray up a bunch of different. Well, we'll create some image. Actually, yeah, we'll create some images in the GPTs first, and then see maybe what we might want to say. Just take the airbrush and do some spraying. So again, we're creating a little bit of this little lane of dust cutting in front of that star right there. So see you later there, Irid. Have yourself a good one, and have fun on stream Friday and Saturday there. Of course. Okay, so yeah, I've got again this little band of dust that's just coming right through, right in the way of that star over there. Maybe a little, yeah, that might be, there was a little too much thinner added on that to that. I will take you and a little bit of tap, 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 take some of that away. No, I want to have some areas where the eye can just kind of take a little chill. Just go there, a little bit of a rest. I've got, this one. Just again, using it as a little bit of a blending brush there, that's all. There's no, well, now there's some paint on there because I've been using it as a blending brush, but we're just doing this. We're just a little tap, tap, tap. That's all we're doing. Nothing else. Yeah, more of that right here. Get little wisps of cloud. Look at that, little wisps of cloud. That's it. You know what? I might try that up here. A little something there. I mean, if it's, yeah, I'm gonna try. Let me try a little more here. Let me grab some of this. Well, my hand is again, it's almost off the brush, and I only got two fingers. only got two fingers on the brush to begin with. There. All right, that's good. I think that gives this a little more. If there's gonna be all this light reflected here, we need a little something up there, and I think that does help. Now, also, I gotta go back over here because the old fingers keep getting popped into there. Okay, now we're gonna set this one aside here. Where's our where's our other one here? I think is this the one I'm thinking about? Yeah, that's this one here. Let's maybe do a little bit more action and this stuff here. And that even that is kind of a dry brush right there. Any brush could be a dry brush too. Now these are just one of our little craft brush versions of a liner brush there. What we got? There we are. We got that now. This too. It's blending brush that away. That wasn't exactly what I was looking for. I'll try some of that over here. And again, as I do this, it is picking up paint that's already on here. So that's doing its own kind of blending. Now, of course, that means we'll have to kind of refresh the brush over here, right? So we grab some more of our stuff there. See, we got some more little bits of cloudy stuff going on in there. See, look at it. We're actually scumbling with our teensy little brush like this too. Everything does the scumble there. So yes, that will be our fabulous Friday stream. There's one of those war crows, and I think we'll probably do, well, one of the warg writers, because it is ironic because at the same time, and it wasn't intentional. I actually recall while we were doing that thing, I must have prepped at least a dozen warg writers, not including those two. I didn't even realize that's what they were. Well, yeah, those are from War Crow, and we'll be painting one of those tomorrow on the Cavalry channel. Maybe a little bit of our yellow into that. Extend that further this way. Blending brush again. Here we're just gonna say like we just kind of pushed it off to the side. Just shoved it over there. That's what we did. Our yellow again here. We're doing that over some more again of our. That's almost straight up Windsor yellow with, well, whatever our green is. A little bit of the phthalo green, I guess. And again, that's kind of mixing with what's already down here. We shall lighten this up a little more here. course, before we head out, we'll try to get all four of them out here on the table, and then maybe zoom out, and then you can get a chance to see what they all look like together. Of course, they will also be most likely featured on my, I almost said my blog, holy smoke, on Instagram. I think I got at least two of the multiscapes. That's what we should call them, Rico. They're multiscapes. I don't know why it didn't occur to me until just now, but yes, the multiscapes, those are featured, at least two of them right now, featured on the Instas. Do some more of this now. There we go. A little more of this now. I'll hit you some more with our, again, our this kind of almost yellowish green here. You can see we put some of it over here too. And that's almost a bit of a glaze that we've done. So that changes this around even more. We did not have this much yellowish green on any of the other ones. Stir up a little bit of that, more of that here. There we go. Touch more of that, again, that yellowish green there. Now I wonder here, let me see if I can move some of these brushes out of the way. Now, of course, okay, so 3 corresponds to down here. Which one was this? That's number, oh, that's weird. That's never happened before. Look at this. That was completely unintentional right there. Look at that. That was, I had no idea that was going to happen. That is absolutely wild. Now where's, so that's 2. And then here's 4, which, oh, that's interesting there. Let me zoom out here real quick like. So there you can see him right there. Um, that was not what I was expecting. And look, it almost like feeds right into this over here. That is super, super funny. Wow, I was not expecting that. All right, let's move these guys again out of harm's way here. Like you do. There we go. Let me make sure we don't have that paint just sitting in there. And then I got my little teensy brush around here somewhere. There it is. I'm going to try and import a little bit of the yellowish green into here that we have elsewhere. And then, if possible, almost a little bit of a hint. See that same green down in here, because we didn't have any of that down here, but it's all sitting up there. So we need some greens down here. I just that's again the kind of the thing that you notice. Well, look at that. See, big difference right there. We were working on all 4 of them, but then we set them aside for a while, and setting that aside, going back working on some of the other ones. See, that really, now these two are kind of unified, the top and the bottom surface there. Man, Rico, I can't believe that. I mean, they're almost like they're just like I took a protractor or something and tried to connect them together. That was 100% not what was supposed to happen at all. Not at all. Again, boy, I really liking this green. I wasn't so sure at first. I was like, it's not going to be very icy, but it needed that to tie into this. It doesn't affect the, that, well, here, let's do a film noir. Doesn't affect the value at all. So it doesn't look any different there. But when the color comes back, you can even now you can see that there is green in them there hills. There's green in them there hills. Because there's green in that there sky. So it better be on them hills. And also, you know what? I'm gonna do this a little here. Got a little hint of the green. That all makes sense now. Yep, much better. Yeah, look at that. Now we've got kind of the blue there. We got the warmer green, just like we have up in the sky. And we made plenty of use of the our oxide green today, or tonight, I guess I should say, Camden. Yeah, we used a lot of that oxide green. Also a lot of phthalo green. Also a lot of the Williamsburg Paynes Gray, aka indigo. So yes, well, one of the many things I'll be doing after the stream is prepping those guys. Potentially for the Saturday stream too. So we might actually probably going to be doing that too. Don't be surprised if the Saturday stream is another one of the Orkies there. We might just do one on the Friday, one on the Saturday. Oh no, that's right. I wanted to keep one for a tutorial video. Well, we'll see. I think we're just going to go ahead and use those both for streams. Got a little bit more of the green over there. Nice to see you there, Flight Sim. Glad that your resin came in. It's kind of hard to do printing, right, with no resin. That can definitely make things a little bit difficult. So I hope that you're doing okay there. And of course, hopefully the printers are doing exactly what you would like them to, which is just make prints and not cause hassle. Yeah, I know. So Rico, my last jar of what I thought was the aqua navy whatever uh, Soraya version 2. Oh no, it was the light gray, much to my surprise. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's pretty much the same stuff. It's just a. Well, I do think it's different because the darker gray doesn't tend to separate so much over, just sitting in the jar. So, well, it doesn't matter. I got to get another jar anyway because, well, I go through resin like some people go through milk. Actually, probably faster than most people go through milk. Okay, so there we are. And we also went after that edge just a little bit right there. And now we're just about 4.5 hours in. Yeah, this is where we kind of go back and boy, now this one we made some serious alterations to this. Not very well. We literally just took the same color of kind of a warm yellowish green and just put it in a few places, but visually big impact. Most folks they would probably say bottle here too. Just for whatever reason, I just say a jar. I think it's probably because I want to get those canning jars, basically the jars for what hopefully is going to be lots and lots of tomato sauce. Now we are still waiting on the tomatoes to actually start to ripen. There's a lot of there's an awful lot of maters on the trees or on the vines there, but they're not they are not doing the ripe thing yet. And there's tons of flowers too. So those tomatoes over these next 3 weeks for sure better start getting a move on. So I kind of used a little bit of the green there again in that area up there. Okay, that is good. Let's go. Now we're gonna leave again this one here because we've got a whole bunch of our paint on that one, right? Because we made lots of changes to that. We're gonna bring this guy back out here again. So we did do that little bit of green over there. I'm gonna see. We got some more of our yellow here. Maybe even a touch of the white in there. No, not making that a big of a difference. What I'm more going to do is maybe tone out some of the white here. Again, maybe kind of replace it with some of our green. Well, yellowish green. There was also oh yeah, there's that hard edge. We'll just use you as a blending brush, whatever. Just kind of tap, tap, tap like so. Like that. So it's almost a little bit like, again, we have a kind of like our pillars of creation here, or our fingers of creation, as per last week's Flat Thursday. Actually, Rico, the more and more I'm thinking about it, the more I like this idea of starting out with this kind of a, pre-prepped something and going from there. So we'll have to see if we can maybe try to do a spacescape of Middle Earth that way. It might not work. It might work great. Maybe it doesn't even have to be a spacescape in Middle Earth. Maybe it's just another little creature turned into a nebula. Flight sim. Oh, it passed that a long time ago. It probably passed that a couple of years ago, and that's even with, well, even like my nasty 4K printer there, Flight Sim, because you don't have to worry about sprues and all that uh, injection molding stuff. So you can do all kinds of really fun stuff for sure. It's the injection molding stuff seems like it's 20 years old. It seems like it's just been way 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 outdated now. Because, well, a lot of that stuff was probably the stuff that they're casting now. When the masters were made, maybe those masters were only printed out at 6K or maybe even only 4K. I know there was certainly a lot of miniatures out there where the masters were printed out at 4K. There we go. A little bit more of this. There we are. All right. So there's our little bit extra dark over there. But I do think now that well, it's almost 4 a.m. here, and we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. It is time to, of course, say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations despite all the craziness there. And, of course, we want to say thanks to Cap Kaylee, all the folks that did the raids. I want to thank all for all the bits, the subs, follows, cheers, and thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. As always, that's going to be a huge help. As always. So appreciate everybody being here, and well, we'll be right back. As again, we're going to be painting apparently some of these Warg riders here, or at least one of them. So that's going to be from War Crow there, and who knows, maybe that guy right there. We might be painting him tomorrow, and then maybe the other one on Saturday. So thanks a bunch, Camda. Appreciate you being here. We're gonna do a little raid start here. So again, there's some of our fabulous multiscapes. Yes, multiscapes. So thank you so much. Appreciate everything. And we'll be seeing you later today. Thank you so much.